speak out. Let me just reverse a bit and say good morning to the listeners of Vibes. Welcome to the program.
If I stay within my setting as a public officer, as the public relations officer, and I stay just within the office space and do not go out to the public, how will we understand what is happening on the ground?
Still, delivery.
We've done a lot, not just in terms of the general infrastructure, but homes, support to farmers, support to fishermen, etc. And as time goes by, more support will be given to Karapu and Timaki.
It's Speak Out Unfiltered. Built back, even better to last.
Let us all strive to build a better country by putting aside our petty grievances and move forward with dignity, being proud of working hard and working together.
Anything that we're doing now, it's futuristic thinking. It's not for the now.
Education is the key in a country's development. That's it. If its people are not developed,
You don't go that far, no? Just remember, knowledge is power. When you know, you know.
that's it.
It's Speak Out Unfiltered. We have to have you on Vibes 101.3 and 106.3 FM every Thursday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Do you feel the vibes? Go in. Go in.
The views expressed on this program are those of the host and guests and not the views of this radio station.
And this is where I take the time and say good morning to you again right here on Vibes FM. Welcome to this program, Speak Out Unfiltered, for today, Thursday, the 5th day of March 2026. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning to the listeners in the Tri-Island state of Pitimatne, Karaku, and Grenada. Good morning to you. And the diaspora, locking it down. Good morning to you. Those of you on Facebook, good morning. YouTube, good morning. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines, wherever you are, good morning. I know that you're in your comfort zone right now and anticipating a program as always where we're interactive, informative, and entertaining as well to, let you know what's happening in your community as we speak. So without further delay, my co-host of the program this morning is always Mr. Milton Coy. Can I say good morning to you?
Well, if you so choose, I would welcome that. I would like to say good morning to you as well. Good morning to you and good morning to the listeners, wherever you are. And yes, it is such a great opportunity to engage. Especially when you engaging with a view not to quarrel and get on and bring down and pull down, but you're engaging with a view to learn, understand. Because one of the challenges that I find that we have in is that we have there's a very high level of lack of understanding. And to understand, to deal with issues, we have to first understand it. We can't deal with it unless we understand it. And if we refuse to understand and allow our own petty judgments and ways to override us, I think we are doing ourselves a disservice. So I look forward to this opportunity so that we can understand. Sometimes we approach things and with lack of understanding, we don't deal with it in the right way. So all I'm saying here this morning, Kim, as we begin, is let's seek understanding. Yes, we all do have our differences, our different ways of interpreting things, but let us put at the fore and at the core of what we're doing understanding. And when I understand, I can respond in a positive way. That's where my mind is at this time, understanding.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, and we got quite a number of things done for discussion this morning. But in the studio, we have two of our guests already seated in. And first of all, I'm going to introduce the advisor to the minister, Honorable Tevin Andrews, Dwight Logan. Good morning to you. Good morning. How are you doing this morning?
Good morning to you, Kim, and good morning, Mr. Coy, and good morning to the listeners of Vibes FM. I'm good. Beautiful day in Karaku, Pitimatnik. The sun is out. We are now in the dry season, so we have a lot of things that the people in the diaspora are so jealous about. The sunshine, faces, So good morning to you, and nice to be here. I'm so happy to be here to talk this morning. We're talking housing assistance this morning.
And nobody better to assist you in that. The supervisor in the Build Back Better, because it pertains to housing, Mr. Wallace McLeod. Good morning to you as well. Good morning.
Good morning, KDK, and good morning to the listening public in Radio Land and also online platforms. Good to be here, joining us at Mr. Logan in terms of talking about the assistance we're offering in terms of getting Karaku and Pitimatnik back to or to be built back better.
Well, I'm glad that you are in the Build Back Better, and as you just mentioned there, but one more guest I have to introduce, the co-host of the program as well too. Sir Leo is in the house. Good morning, Sir Leo.
Well, good morning. Everything is in order, and I see a line of importance. I'm third. Good speech, yes. Welcome, gentlemen, and it's a pleasure to have you guys here with me this morning. And so everything should be in order.
Everything will be in order, because we have a discussion this morning, and I think it's timely because people are still anticipating what's happening. They want to hear from the government, from those in authority, and who will be assisting them as it pertains to the Build Back Better in particular, because it's an ongoing process. It's not an overnight thing, and we expect that to continue. And hopefully, some point in time, we're going to come to the end of it, hopefully. But as I say, that it's a process that's ongoing. So to give us an update this morning, I know Mr. Logan, who is the advisor to the minister. I think you might want to start off the bowling this morning, would you?
From which end?
Again.
I like to bowl the ball with the shine. So thanks, yes.
Yeah.
So, let me begin by sincerely thanking every resident of Karaku and Pitimatnik who is currently in need. And as a student at grade 2, Pitimatnik, or class 2, they used to call it that those days, I was taught that there's a difference between needs and wants. So there are some people who want certain things and there are some people who need it. So I am here to thank the people who are in need of government assistance for your patience and understanding during this time. We recognize the challenges many of you are facing and appreciate the calm and cooperation you have shown while the necessary processes are being carried out. Please be assured that every effort is being made to address your needs and quickly, and fairly as possible. Our housing assistance program consists of several initiatives aimed at helping families rebuild and improve their living condition post-burial. This initiative includes the Build Back Better program, the social development housing, the prefab houses, the Dumfries apartment, as well as material and labor assistance for home repairs and construction. Now, as of December 2025, a total of 52 Build Back houses or homes were successfully handed over to deserving families, providing them with stronger and more resilient homes. In addition, 38 social development houses were completed, with 5 more in progress at that time. Since then, the number of social development houses completed has continued to increase as work progresses. Under the prefabricated housing initiative, 28 prefab houses were handed over to provide quick and reliable housing solutions for families in need. The initiative continues to supply individuals and families who require safe and adequate housing. At present, 20 additional prefab houses are available at Dumfries and are being prepared for distribution to eligible beneficiaries as part of the ongoing effort to address housing needs within the community. In fact, by the end of March, we should deliver the first 5 at this what we call the containerized house at Dumfries. So by the end of April, the first 5 should be distributed. Furthermore, the government has invested millions of dollars in material and labor assistance, helping many homeowners repair and rebuild their houses. Now, these initiatives, the Housing Assistance Program, continue to make a significant impact by improving the quality of life for many families and supporting the rebuilding and development of our islands of Carriacou and Pitimatnik. Now, in Pitimatnik, the housing process moved a bit slower for several reasons. One of the main challenges was the limited labor force available for construction work. Now, our boys, our young men in Pitimatnik chose fishing over the other skilled construction. So many of our young men went to the sea. And that's a thing from generation. It's not a new thing. The sea, because of our small land space, the sea was a bigger space for us to make our money. So many of us, so we were lacking in terms of labor force for the construction sector. So that was a major problem. In fact, we had to bring in a lot of Vincentians. They were in the first batch of our Build Back Better. A lot of the labor force came from St. Vincent and they too had their issues because Union Island was destroyed, Cano and Myro, but we were able to go to mainland St. Vincent and bring down some laborers there. As well as the logistics involved in transporting building material to the island. Because Pitimatnik is separated by sea, material must be carefully coordinated and shipped, which can sometimes cause delays. Despite these challenges, progress continues to be made. We have now barged in aggregates to Pitimatnik and currently awaiting the arrival of steel and lumber from the hardware store for the construction of the set of Build Back Better houses that we are now undertaking. So work continue to move on in Pitimatnik, where more homes are being built. We are hoping for Pitimatnik to do at least 20 homes, Build Back Better homes, plus social development homes by the end of the year. At least we hope that the contractors that we are now employing could work as quick as possible. If they work with us, we get more. But we're hoping to have at least 20 homes completed. Now, there's a growing narrative that's been pushed by the enemies of progress that nothing is happening. However, the facts clearly shows otherwise. Significant work has been done and continue to be carried out to improve the lives of our people, particularly in the area of housing assistance. Many persons that I spoke to who come in, they saw the images of Carriacou and Pitimatnik after Hurricane Beryl. And when they arrive, be it from Grenada, be it from the diaspora, they are very much impressed with what has been taking place here in Carriacou and Pitimatnik. While challenges exist and progress may sometimes take time, the ongoing projects and the completed initiatives demonstrate a strong commitment to development and support of those in need. And I want to use this word again, in need. And that's some of us who just want.
Nothing want.
Yes. So the people who are in need. That's who we are really, really focusing on. And again, I want to thank you for your patience so far. But we are here to help each and every one of you who are in need of government assistance.
Okay, Mr. Logan, thank you so much for the introduction there. And I know the supervisor in the Build Back Better, Mr. McLeod, is also there, and you might want to add and give us your side and tell us what can expect as you go through the next phase.
Okay. So at the moment we're as I said, supervising and ensuring that the houses are being built to the standard. The houses, I mean, for people who may not know, it's a standard 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom house that we're building. What I will say is that the process has already started for the year. Yes, we've had some delays in terms of getting materials in, because one of the things that the government tried to do this time around, as Mr. Logan hinted, is to barge in materials. So at the moment we've got a quantity of gravel and sand, and waiting on and the sand is the red sand from Grenada. But we're trying to get like blocks and the white sand brought in also, because as you would imagine, there's a lot of construction taking place in Carriacou and Pitimatnik, and it's not just the government's program that's happening. There's a lot of individuals involved in building, rebuilding, repairing, that sort of thing. We I mean, I don't want to say everything that we're doing now. I'm sure that questions would be asked going forward, and more clarity would be given. But just to say that the process have already started in terms of building houses for homeowners. We've had a lot of new contractors coming on board to assist in that process also. And as Mr. Logan would say, yes, we are here to help as many people in need as we possibly can.
But you've been faced with quite a number of problems, you know, and Mr. Logan mentioned in the beginning, one of the major problems is the labor. And it's very concerning, because without the labor force, you'd not be able to progress as you would like to. What steps are you taking right now, positive steps, you know, to see if we can cushion that off a little bit?
Well, just to say, I mean, part of, well, I think it's an ongoing process that we've had in terms of informing the nation in terms of what we're doing, and saying, for as an example, we put out a circular saying that we needed more contractors. Hence the reason why we have more contractors coming on board and asking to be part of that build back process. So we, number wise, we're looking at the moment we have about 25 interested, and in some cases people already part of that 25 people already contractors already working for us. So if we start with 25 as a number here, the issue we would have had in some cases is where the government would have changed their accounting system. So because of that change in the accounting system, where now everyone has to register on GTax and then on inland revenue, that has slowed the process down somewhat. But what I will say is that so far we have about 14 properties started, which I think is a significant amount given the challenges of materials and also people being able to register themselves to work for us, or be part of that build back process. And as I said, it's an ongoing thing where we're getting more inquiries, but people just have to get themselves registered, whether they register business through KIPO, and also once they get the registration process filled out, then they register with GTax and then inland revenue.
So the problem with labor, you know, is both present in Pitimatnik and Carriacou as well, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Logan?
Yes. So in Pitimatnik, what we did is to engage a construction company out of Grenada called Grenmark. They'll be coming and simultaneously doing 4 houses. Now, the issue too was where would we put them? That was a big issue. People were saying, "Oh, just put a tent, but you can leave your comfortable house and come and live in a tent for how many months. So we are now retrofitting the downstairs of Melodies. And I think we were able to host about 20 men there. So that is being done as we speak.
Oh, so that's for accommodation
For the workmen out of Grenada.
Okay.
Right? Now, because of the slowdown too in the fishing industry, in the tuna trade, we were able to put another team. And initially, we had 5 construction team working in Pitimai. Now, we were able to put 6. So we have 6 plus the Grand Mark 4. So we'll be able to start. And I'm giving assurance to know what we have to also do. You know, to hire a consultant and a site engineer. And they are telling us yesterday that they will start as of the 15th of March, breaking grounds.
Yes.
From the 15th of March. 10 houses will start simultaneously in Pitimatnik on the 15th of March. So that's where we are now.
Well, that sounds very exciting, you know. As a matter of fact, you know, Pitimatnik, you know, which is in need like anything else, but you're trying your best to start as much as possible. And you mentioned by the end of the year in Pitimatnik, you might be able to get at least 20 available Build Back Betters.
At least I'm hoping that we could get 40.
if you do the maths differently and you said 10 contractors, 3 months to build the house here. That means what? By June?
You have the first 10.
You should have the first 10. And then the next 3 months.
You should have 20.
That's right.
And by December.
Right. So that's one way. That's one way in which you can look at it. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to put, because as we said, there can be a challenge with materials coming in, and mainly materials coming in. And if you think now of all the international things that's happening, then potentially we may have more challenges with materials. But all things being equal, if we just look at that, and from a Karaku standpoint, as I said, at the moment we've got roughly 14 properties on the go here. So again, if you do a similar scenario or a calculation where in 3 months' time, 15, 30, 45, 60, I mean, you can, and if you had all 20 plus contractors working and no problems with materials and the like here, then I'll leave the calculation to the people that can do better maths than myself.
But as you mentioned in the beginning too, you know, that aggregates already been on site, you know, say in Pitimatnik and Carrick.
But definitely.
But that's just the beginning of it, because you're going to need much more than that too. And the materials now, the other materials that are used for in the building process, you know, how are that's coming along?
It's coming along. I mean, it's working. By the way, I mean, with the government bringing in materials here, it's not trying to compete with the local suppliers. So we are still using the local suppliers because, as you said, that there's so much work taking place on both islands. So we are working in collaboration with the local suppliers here, and they've been very good working with us and helping us to meet that shortfall and just fill that gap where we can't. But as I said, it's a continuous thing working with local suppliers to ensure that we have the materials to ensure that we can finish the projects and finish them in a timely manner.
So you're trying to do as many build back as possible before the end of the year.
Yes, that's the plan.
And you also mentioned to the prefab, you know, you've already completed about 20, 85, remember rightly you saying that number, and there's still about another 20 available.
There's 20 available. Right. So there's this containerized from Happy Homes. 3 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms. I think we have about 8 3 bedrooms and 12 around there. 2 bedrooms. And these mostly for people who don't have lands, because they'll be placed in Dumfries. So the people who don't have lands, you can apply through the parliamentary office. I think we'll be handling these homes, and we will do the assessments, and we will see who are the needed people to get these homes. So these two are there to cushion the effect. And then don't forget, we have the apartment at Dumfries, the Chinese houses and the Chinese apartments. These two are there. People seem to be forgetting that these are there to cushion. There's a small cost. Well, I call it small because really and truly, if you had to build one of these houses, it costs much more than they've been offered now, and then you get it at a rate where you can small at what is called low income loan, whatever, to pay for these apartments at Dumfries. So there's a number of people. The thing is, people are only focusing on the wall build back better.
Yeah.
But there's also the social development. So if you're a one man, I would say a bachelor, yes, you can get one of these social development homes. Yes, it's 2-bedroom with the same concept with a flush toilets, bath, open concept with the kitchen, living room. Beautiful, beautiful homes, But there seemed to be a narrative where everybody wanted that build back better, that wall structure. But there's other initiative that we can take advantage of that is available.
Yeah. I mean, just what I want to also say that we have to also bear in mind that nothing is really for free. Somebody has to pay. Somebody has to pay for it. But I think one of the other things that you mentioned about the happy homes, I think there might be also an option where, like, if you already have the land, then we might be able to put one of those there for you also. So apart from the land at Dumfries, that's also a potential that you could be able to get at. And again, all of that falls under the build back better. So as Dwight said, it's not just a concrete structure. The social development side of it, all of that falls under the build back better program.
But as you just mentioned, the land, and I think it's something that you might want to get a little bit more deep into, as pertaining to build back better and getting one of these units. Is it a must that you must own your land, in order to be able to qualify for one of those projects?
Well, for the build back better and the social development houses, but we know the problem too in Carrick we have family lands.
Proper title.
So we need either an elder from the family or somebody stating, yes, Dwight has rights to this land and the family has allowed him to build, so you have to come with some proof that you have some rights to the land or you own the land. Because we don't want to build a house on somebody's land and next week they take the government to court and you have to break it down, waste of money. So some proof have to be made. Shown.
I think what will also help here is having the document signed either by a lawyer or by a GP to just ensure that we're following the legal path. Because you don't want I think it'll be too embarrassing for the government to be taken to court for building on somebody's property. So yes, legal, you have to prove some sort of ownership or some right, and it needs to be signed as I say by someone like a JP or a lawyer in that regard.
Okay, you said something, Solia. You're going to make a statement.
No, I'm just fully aware of the problems with this. People who own but they don't own. See, so from what I'm hearing, I guess instead of proper title, proper affidavit by somebody who is older or who is familiar with community and the area, that could assist you. I hope that could stand as a legal document.
Because we know the problem with family.
The other issue too is that you wouldn't on a property like that, you would not get a concrete structure. So just be mindful that you're not going to get, because I mean, like back in the days when you could quarter and move, it must be movable. It must be movable, just in case somebody decided to contest. In that regard, then
so that those are the portable ones.
Yeah. Those are the portable.
Koi, you're listening,
Yeah, well, I am listening, and it's very interesting. And I'm already in my mind. I formed up a couple questions, but I think I want to begin by first of all understanding the meaning of expressions and words used. Mr. Logan, you several times, I think it was 2 or 3 times, you use the expression and you make it quite clear that there is a difference between needs
And
wants. What do you consider? Give us an example of someone who need and someone who want.
Right. So when we looking at providing a build back better or social development house to an individual, first you prior to Hurricane Beryl, you should have had a house, and Hurricane Beryl destroyed that house, right? So right now you out a door according to the Vincent Chan, right? So you don't have a house, so but you had a house before. That's one. Two, we're also looking at the elderly. You know, they have done the part. They work hard. They help build Caro company. They set the foundation. They are now living on maybe public assistance. These people can't help us. These people cannot build back a house for themselves. No. These people will be given priority.
And you will consider them to be need.
Yeah.
Right.
In need.
Yes.
In need. We're also looking at maybe single parent, number of children. Sometimes we say we are giving the house because of the children. 7, 8 children, you know, and so we don't want these children to be outside there. What is happening now? We want to make sure that they are secure. So these people will be given priority. These are people in need, you know, and people are still in the tents. We have to take them out under the tent. Can make 2-3 years pass and we have our people living in these types of situation. These are people. So we're doing the assessment. And we'll be able to see these are the people in need. Now, there are people who had prior to Beryl, they had 2 houses, but one destroyed and they're living in one now. Would this be really a need? In fact, the one that was destroyed was one that they used to rent. Would this be a need? No. Yes, we know that you had a house, but there's other places. You have the Grenada Development Bank that you can go to because this was a business. You had as a little guest house or a little Airbnb or whatever. But we can also assist these people with materials. You don't have to get a whole house. We can assist you with material because already where you're living, you are living in your home, in one of your home. You're not in the elements, you're not on the tent, but this person might want back the house, but they're already living in a house. So we'll do the assessment and we'll see the people who are in need and the people who just want.
So the last example you gave there, you would categorize them as want.
Well, to me,
they don't need anything. they don't need.
Well, they wouldn't want back.
Yeah, but you know what?
They had before.
You know what I would do?
Yeah.
I would ask Koye what he thinks that person you described is whether it's a need or a want. What do you think?
Which one?
With the description, the last
example.
Yeah.
I mean, I think everybody needs. I think everybody would like to improve their situation. I mean, you on the outside, you don't know the struggles and the intense pressure. Yeah. But you saying, based on your assessment, saying that the person doesn't need.
Well, so listen.
What want?
We have somebody living. Let's just draw it together. Somebody in a tent, and then somebody who in the house, in one of the house. Yes, one of this destroyed, but this person in one of their house, although one was destroyed. Who would you characterize there?
Well, I understand that, Mr. Logan, but Mr. Logan, we're talking about the extraordinary. We're talking about how many people would have 2 houses, 2 access to 2 houses. Listen, hold on. I understand that, yes, there are those who have that there and so on. But the general population, they might have 1. So what?
Yes,
how could you say of one of them?
In the majority,
yeah,
people have 1, but there are normal people who have 2.
All right, so let's deal with the majority, and so you will say that they need.
Well, no, yes, I'm telling you. So the majority who had 1 house and it destroyed, these are people who need a house.
Also,
right,
okay,
yeah.
These are people who need a house because I had 1 house and it destroyed. You know, I'm living somewhere with an aunt in my downstairs, or living a shack up somewhere. These people need a house.
Yes. Can I just also say that part of the build back process, if your house was partially destroyed, there are cases, or it might be a case where, let's say partially destroyed here. We will also help finish that or complete that house here, so that you can move into the house. So it doesn't have to be a case where you're building from the start. Another example we would give you is there were properties that was destroyed, and the amount it would cost to break that existing building down and move all that material, because that is on the homeowner. The homeowner is responsible to clear the site ready for the contractor to come in and build here. The amount it will cost for that homeowner to get rid of that structure here. If that homeowner, as an example, has a plot of land, could be beside or close enough to that property or somewhere else here, we're also willing to try and work with them here to get them that build back, or get them a property there so that they could move in also. So just
okay.
You know,
Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
but one of the things I admire about cousin Dwight is a pretty Martinique and Palnon, you know. And I was a little surprised to hear him going to St. Vincent to look for an example, talking about being out the door. But right in Petit Martinique, there's Sanchez, you know.
Yeah.
And according to my Petit Martinique historian, which teacher Lucy, what's the meaning of Sanchez again? Without house, without home.
Okay.
Sanchez.
Yeah,
so,
Sanchez, yeah.
So we're talking about being out of those. Sanchez is right. They were going to
Yeah, but it's very interesting, you know, the discussion that's going on now, because people must understand, you know, what is expected, you know, what can they go to you or the government, you know, for whatever assistance. And it was very, very important for us to look at that, you know. But as you mentioned, you know, the material assistance, or maybe I shouldn't even go to that, you know. We could still go back to the build back better, because you've mentioned, you know, the needs and the wants of some of the residents, you know. And that is something that should be taken into consideration as upfront foremost, you know.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I mean, just to go back on Koi's thing, and I think Dwight was trying to make talk about the needs and wants here. And I mean, the document that we're working with here talks about it must be a primary residence. So remember, you talk about having that second home, the one that replaced you.
It's a business transaction.
But your primary residence here must have been damaged or severely or destroyed here, and hence the reason why you'll get priority over. Someone else will get priority, or you'll get priority if it's a primary residence that's been damaged. But if you live in somewhere, I mean, the truth is, if you have a roof over your head here, and when the assessment is done, it is believed here that you can wait here. Because remember, it's a case where there's about 200 or so plus, and there's people coming in every day that want support here. So you're looking at over 200 people wanting support here. And we have, 9 months, I would say, until November, to try and help as many people as possible. And again, we're trying to help the most vulnerable people in that case.
Okay.
Those we need.
Yeah, okay. Now what is expected now from the recipients? You know, what are they supposed to partner? What is supposed to contribution in order to qualify to make it possible?
Well, once you've been given the okay to build, as I said, the homeowner responsibility is to clear the site ready for the contractor to come in and start building. That homeowner is also responsible for providing the materials for the electrical work, the plumbing, and also the interior finishings. Because what the government isn't going to build you a house where you can just move in and furnish and stuff, furnished and everything like that. So you have a responsibility. And even after that property is built here, you would be signing to say that you're going to make sure that you maintain that property as time goes by. So that's part of the part of the agreement that you'll be signing to.
So any partnership with the government, the government is going to be responsible for maybe structure, the
Yes, basically the shell of the building.
The shell of the building.
Yes.
And like toilets and things like that, would they be?
They will. Remember, it's a
partnership.
It's a 1-bedroom property that they're building. So one bathroom. Sorry. So 2-bedroom, 1 bathroom. So yes, the government is going to provide the toilet, septic tank thing, and running with water to it so that you can flush and stuff. Yeah. But remember, we mentioned that if someone's house was damaged, and then it's agreed that we need to come in there and help bring that house back here. So for example, if that house had a 2-bathroom house here, then we would only provide 1 toilet for that house. We're not going to provide you with 2 toilets for that house. There's also limitations. So for example, the build back house has, let's say, 7 windows. So if your house had 12 windows here, we're not going to provide you with 12 windows. We're going to provide you with seven windows, because you have a responsibility, or we're giving you what would come under the build back better house.
So the specifications,
anything outside of that, you have to provide that. And the other thing about it also is, because some people have said the house was destroyed. And by the way, let me just say here, some of the homeowners we're currently working with are really, really good. Really good meaning that they're working with the contractors. So as an example, some homeowners are they're buying the materials here for the contractor to do the work. So the government material hasn't even been used in some cases, because the homeowner wants and they realize the importance of it here. Mm-hmm. So they're working along with the contractor to ensure that they get what they want.
They want to help themselves.
Yes, to help to help themselves. But again, as I said, just to reemphasize that what the government is giving is the 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom. That is what the government is providing.
So it's a sort of a partnership deal
yes,
that's going on between government and the residents.
Yes.
So if you could help yourself as much as possible, you get it done faster.
Yes.
Okay. Well, it's interesting, very interesting, because I think it's a way forward for people to get themselves back on track.
Yeah. I mean, and the other thing what we're trying to say to homeowners here, because we've had it. I mean, looking at a couple sites where previous people would have worked. You go to some of those sites here and you wonder if burial passed again. Meaning here that material has been wasted. So for example, I mean, sand, the plastering sand scattered all over the place here, where, I mean, if I'm the homeowner and the government is working with me and it must be highlighted that this is costing a lot of money. It's not a $10 or $5 you're spending. You're spending thousands, hundreds and thousands of dollars here. So you as the homeowner should ensure here that the material that is on site here is being protected, because it's the same material that you need to build the property. So if the material is being wasted here, then 1, it slows you down, and 2, it's costing the government extra here. So that's one of the things that we're trying to manage going forward here. The fact that we're using materials efficiently and we're getting value for money.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm glad that you're going into detail to make people know exactly what is expected, especially when it comes to the partnership now. Now for
and sorry, let me also add that if at the completion of the house there is gravel or sand or cement remains, that's not the homeowner. We have to move it from one site to the other.
Yeah.
In the first wrong of the thing, for the homeowners, that's my sand, that's my gravel. But no, it's the government gravel, and we need to assist as much people as possible. We can't just leave it there for you to build a pig pen or whatever. We have to move it, because we need to build as much houses as possible. So we have to remind the homeowners, whatever the lumber, aggregate, or cement remain, is to move on to another project.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, that's good enough. People should understand that.
Fair enough.
But how do you know in cases where you have to do the material assistance? How do you assess that? What's the process?
Well, that is being handled. So although we were involved in it, it's been handled separately by Kathleen Peters in the ministry. So you'll get an application form, and you'll get a contractor to do an estimate for you in terms of what materials you require. You will then take that estimate to the supplier, to then get a quotation. When you get that information, I think together with your ID, a copy of your ID, you will then bring that back to the ministry, and then they'll assess the needs of it, and then they'll contact you and say whether or not what's been approved and the like, and then you'll get your material support.
But in a case like that, the terms of the cost of labor, would that be involved in it as well?
Well, no, because that's just the material. That's just the material. So that's
materials.
someone just coming and they want good friend, Mr. Joseph, that is a carpenter that can help them, or mason that can help them. That's just for that. Or they can themselves, they can do things on for themselves, yeah. So that's just material support. If it's a case as you sort of, if someone wants labor support here, then we can also do that. But we'll come in with a contractor here to assess here if you already have the materials, and then we can agree with the contractor, and then we can help. So there's different options available in terms of trying to help, people. Because by the way, I mean, and I think from what you're saying here, because there's a lot of people who would have gotten materials previously, but have no one to help them do anything with the material. So the material is just sat, whether it's on a shed or wherever here. So in that case here, we can work with that person to try and get that material used. And as Dwight said, if you have materials here, we'll also to use that material, because you, at the end of the day, you're the one that we're helping. So we'll use your material and get you back, I said, to some semblance of normalcy.
Great. Yeah. Okay.
And one of the reasons we want a contractor to do the assessment, sometimes the homeowner will say, I want 5 pieces of 2x3, and they have 2x3 they want. They don't even know. So the contractor will see exactly what they need.
Right.
So the contractor will do the estimate instead of the homeowner say, I want 5 plywood, and when sometimes it's 6 you need, or sometimes it's 2. So the contractor will come in and do the assessment. So you must present that estimate from the contractor with the invoice from the hardware. With there's a form now that you have to follow, and the form, there's some questions here that we need to know. Did you receive insurance? Because there are some people receive heavy insurance,
right?
Hold all this money and still come into government for assistance. What we want to know, well, maybe sometime too, they might lie in the farm, but you never know. But you need to know if you had insurance, if you had help before, what help you really need. These forms are very, very important.
Okay.
So there's a form that you have to fill up as well.
Okay. Mr. Logan, are there drawings for the suggested 2-bedroom build-back bedroom?
Yes.
But you know what they might be necessary? We need somebody who's qualified, because a lot of our contractors are not estimators and guesstimators. So you could still find yourself in the same problem.
But there is the engineer would have worked out a figure and a quantity.
That's what I'm talking about.
So there's a guideline that we actually.
Okay, fine. Well,
there
that's
is a guideline.
Fine.
But I mean, as you would understand and know, that it all depends on where the house is going. You might have a slight difference. So it might be on a bit of a slope, or it might be the access may not be that. I mean, a nice level flat ground is the perfect example of how nice and easy.
Well, of course,
everything
the topography does make a difference.
It changes everything. Yeah. But yes, there is that available to us.
That can advise that.
So that's why we have a guideline in terms of whom we should know.
Okay.
If we're
doing the right thing. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Before we continue, what I'm going to do now, because I know there might be some people who wanted to get in touch with us, and call, maybe a question or two before I ask you to continue. 443-0101, 443-0101, 403-0101, and you can also call 458-1914. Let me do those numbers again in case you want to call and ask a question at this time. 443-0101, 403-0101, and 458-1914. And those of you on Facebook and YouTube, the numbers are scrolling in the bottom of your screen there, so you could call and ask any question. Let's continue. Now, we're still on materials, because this is something I think that people is going to be asking about quite frequently. When you do your assessment, is there a sort of a let me see, what's your limit on the amount, of materials, that would be given to that person for the project?
Initially, we had this $15,000. But when the assessor goes out and see, they would make a note and say, well, it's bad. And they recommend that this person get as much assistance as possible based on what the invoice is saying, right? So sometimes they may get everything on the invoice. Sometimes the person who went out to do the assessment will say, well, it's not as bad as it is being presented. So let's give the 15,000. But a lot of the invoice we see coming now, because a lot of people got material already, these invoices are below the 15,000. Most of them. There are some, yes, above, but most of them, So, yes, they may get more. Yes, they may get less. Yes, they may get 15,000, according to what the assessor recommend.
But I thought based on design, you'll have an idea of what it takes to build such a building.
Yeah, but I think what Kim is talking about is the materials for people who want to repair their homes and so on. Not the big.
Not the complete thing.
Yeah, because you also mentioned on that form that you have there quickly that there is a section or question that's asked if you have already received assistance.
Yes.
So if you have already received assistance, maybe you didn't get enough. Maybe you might be able to get a little bit more to complete it.
And that's why I was telling you, that's where the contractor, the person who know about building, because some people came with invoice, and when they got the material, it was nowhere close to what they really needed. So now they have to come back again. So we don't want them coming back again. So you get a contractor who knows what he's about, and to do a proper assessment and say, this is what we need. You understand?
For the material assistance. So they would have to pick up a form, as you mentioned.
From the ministry, yes.
From the ministry, right?
Yeah.
And then get the contractor to come in. What happened there?
Whenever you hear that song.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Mr. Logan, let me just ask you now. When we talk about, did I hear you say, Wallace? Mention.
Let me ask you, just hold your question,
Okay.
And don't forget what you're going to say there. Let me take a call first because the calls are start backing up already. Vibes FM, landline caller comment. Yes, good morning. Yes.
I would like to ask a question, please, to the people in doing the construction thing. I would like to ask a question.
Go right ahead. Yeah.
The house was destroyed. I'm asking a question on behalf of somebody. The house was destroyed. It's under tarpaulin right now.
Yes, go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
And then, you have all the material to build back the house. It is possible that you could provide labor.
Yes.
Yes, caller. Did you?
Yes.
You hear the response? Yeah.
The question.
To the question, the response is yes. Mr. Wallace, you want to?
No, we don't need to elaborate. Just yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay. The answer is yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
And then I have to ask again. The house where you have to be put up. It is the owner to discard all the things first before you start the labor?
Yes.
The house?
The answer is yes again.
The answer is yes. So you have to discard it first.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Prep.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Okay.
You're welcome.
And as the caller just asked those questions, I think is something that's very important for people to understand exactly what is expected of them.
So just to re-emphasize here, it is the owner's responsibility to have the site cleared here before construction would take place. So there are cases where there is a property like that it's almost the cost is gonna incur to clear the property here if there is an adjacent lot that can be used here, again, that would be a better option rather than trying to break down the old building and then start over again here. Then you just use that adjacent. So it saves time and money in terms of doing the new the building.
Because they're responsible to make sure that
that's
the
their
site
responsibility.
is ready
Yes,
for construction.
Yes.
So when the contractor comes in, then
it starts with a clean slate.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So there's no issues. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's nice.
I mean, by the way, there are cases where you can walk around certain things here. But I don't want to get into. We'll just leave it as your responsibility to clear, and we'll take it with. Yeah, that's the best option.
Okay, let me remind our listeners again: 443-0101, 443-0101, 403-0101, and 458-1914. Okay, Koi, let me get back to you because you were about to ask a question. I asked you to just hold on for a minute. So the caller online. Yeah. So go right ahead. Yeah.
The question, and I think in some ways the caller kind of went into it, but the idea is government provide material. You have told us about how you get it and the process and so on, invoice, etc., etc. So you get the material, and the government can also assist assist in the rebuilding process. Labor, well, let's call it labor, not rebuilding process. Labor.
Yeah.
The government assists in
Cool.
Labor.
When we do the assessment.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, they want to get it clear
Yes,
in terms of what happens.
We also offer labor assistance.
Labor assistance. All right, thank you.
But one of the challenges, as you mentioned earlier on too, that the government may have, because of the limited supply of labor, then people might have to exercise some sort of patience, before they get assistance.
Yes,
because
and
people sometimes get aggressive, with the.
Hence the reason why we're saying at the moment we only have about 14 contractors registered with Inland Revenue, because what we don't want to do is get someone to work here, and then because at the moment, if you're not registered with government, you won't get paid. They change the system where they're not using checks and the likes again here. So you have to be registered on their platform here for you to get paid. So it doesn't make sense asking a contractor to start a project here, and then when the time comes for them to get the money here, they're not going to get the money, or they're going to struggle, or it's going to take so much time here. So to avoid all of that here, we're only starting with contractors that are registered with GTAX and Inland Revenue to work with us.
But Mr. McLeod, I do have a problem with that. Talking about those who are registered, how that sits with those who are qualified. Because if registration is the only criteria or the only thing that's necessary, you have a lot of contractors there, and the only qualification is a Timberland boots.
I agree, but I think in a lot of cases we can history.
Yeah, I think, but yeah,
History.
somebody should be vetted. Those so-called contractors.
Yes, we'll leave that discussion for another day. But let's just say at the moment that whoever we're working with will comfortably that they'll give us a product that is of a good standard and within the time frame that we're looking at.
All right, thank you.
And the time frame you mentioned is about 3 months. Is that
Yes.
about 3 months to complete one project, right?
I mean, as an example, I've had some information reaching me that someone was able to complete about 7 projects within a 10-month period. Again, so if we went on that basis, that if we had 20 other contractors working here, even if they can do 5 within that period here, that's over 100 houses that we're looking at that potentially could be completed, provided that materials and the like there's no hiccups or any stops or any issues with those things. So that's just an example of what we can achieve.
Okay, let me try to take a phone call there. Vibes FM, caller live. Caller, come in. Caller.
Good morning, Tim.
Yes, good morning. Yes.
And to Wavis and Logan and Mr. Leo and Coy.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Yeah, listening to the program, very interesting. Calling from Brooklyn here.
Okay.
I want to congratulate the government, the Ministry of Tribal and Diplomatic Affairs, Mr. Wallis and Mr. Dwight for doing a good job in the area of housing. With the limited resources, I think that you are doing a great job, because I know the challenge with skilled labor at home, because I myself had that problem. These people didn't have to register, but I had a real problem getting people to do my work because you just can't find labor. And I think it's a good system that the government introduced to, though, going digital, so you don't have to keep calling the banks or the credit union to wherever your payment might be going to. It's just up in the game, because this is digital. It's a digital world now, so it's good that people get them familiarize themselves with the system. Mr. Logan, I don't know if you're on the lands committee or Mr. Wallis, because there's some little issues there that need to be dealt with, but I'm not going to discuss it on this platform. So when I come back, I'll have a discussion with you all, because there are some little issues there that you all need to take care of.
No problem. No problem.
But all in all, good job.
Thank you.
Good job with the ministry, good job with the government, and you all keep it going, man.
All right, thanks.
But we are not on the lands committee, but we could help.
Okay.
I think we have the aids of some of the people on the lands committee. No problem.
Okay. Now, as you mentioned a little bit earlier on too, one of you, that the problem to do with contractors and registering, to make sure that they're on par, to be qualified to be given one of those projects. The appeal that you're making going out now, you said you have about 14, right?
14, that's
already
registered.
registered.
Yeah, but we've had interest from 20 other contractors.
So you basically appealing to them to get online as quick as possible.
I mean, some of them are. There's been some challenges getting the final sign off per se for a thing. But I know a lot of them would have gone to the administrative building to work with the people in the Ministry of Finance there. I know, so a lot of them are waiting on the final sign off, as I said, from Inland Revenue.
So once that is completed, then you'll be able to look at them and decide,
Yeah. By the way, a lot of them are already signed up with us to be contractors. It's just that I said we're not going to give them a property unless we know for a fact that they've.
Because the process of now getting payments and everything like that,
it's changing.
It's changing.
It's changing.
So you have to make sure that they're able to. Okay. Well, that will be interesting, because now the contractors no longer would have to be looking at individuals in particular and trying to find out where my money is coming or when it's coming or whatever the case may be. It will be all in hand reach. As a matter of fact, that's going on their accounts in the banks, and they will get notices too. Because I know that's the process that they're going, making it much easier.
And I was told I'm not allowed to say who I got the information from here, but I was told just to say that the staff at the ministry been doing an excellent job here in terms of working and getting with this new system that's in place. The staff at the ministry have been doing an excellent job. So I know a lot of times we it's easy to identify when we're at fault or when we're not doing something good here. But I was told from someone that the staff there are doing a grand job with the new system that's taking place, and they must be commended. For
well, I could do some commendation on that personally. I've had to interact with them from time to time, as it pertains to the same process, and believe me, whatever I was asking, whatever assistance I needed, they were ready, willing, and able. So
apparently they're doing really good.
Because it's a new system, and people sometimes get frustrated when they're not able to do things that they normally would be doing. But this is a much faster system and easier system to work with. Once you comply, and do whatever is necessary. So it's going to be very good. Oh boy, I'm excited about this bill back that you are taking on right now, and trying with a sort of a completion in mind, and to see as many as you can do, But Mr. Logan in Pittimatnik, you mentioned a 20 day, but they say you're looking for 40 and more?
Yeah, man. As long as the contractors can deliver.
Yeah. Pittimatnik will rise again, man.
Yes.
and materials coming in.
Yes, materials.
Also, I want to also say that I think I mentioned it before here that with some of the contractors or some of the jobs that have already started have been going pretty good. I'm impressed with what I've seen so far, and it's very encouraging. So again, as I said, once we could maintain a continuous supply of materials here, I'm sure we'll be in a good place. And just to add that this would be an ongoing process where we would try and come and update the general public on what's happening, well, through yourselves, in terms of reaching out and letting people know what we're doing and what we're achieving. So hopefully by the next time we come here, we can see for a fact that, you know what, we've already completed a few houses. Because in some of that, as I said, there are property that we're doing that would have already been started, so partially destroyed yet. So it's just continuing. So again, we've seen really good progress on those.
On the Dumfries homes, what's the deal there? They're just for rent or for purchase or both?
So you need to specify the Dumfries home.
Yeah.
The Chinese.
Oh, okay. So these are for sale.
Okay.
Yes. I can't quote. I don't want to quote the price. But yeah. You can go to your lending institution and work out a deal, and I can't remember the price, but they're there for sale.
Okay.
So, is there anyone on site, in the Dumfries project there, that if you want to look at the units, that you'll be able to do so before you start going through the process of purchasing?
Yeah, broker, so salesperson.
Yeah.
I think there's a lady, Miss Scott.
Yeah.
Is at the apartment there.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So if you wanted to have a look at one of the units, you just go there and find out, and you see what's available. Right, and then you could start moving from there.
Yes.
Okay. Well, progress is moving fast,
Yes.
But now, before you guys go, just to reiterate again, for me that the process now of obtaining the homes, and the build back, as well as the prefab. What is really needed? What steps that you're supposed to do?
Well, I mean, remember, people would have already applied,
right? Okay.
For this, whatever support they would have applied for. So that a determination would be made in terms of priorities. So once a determination is made here, then we'll contact the individual and let them know what is going to take, or what are the options available to them, and hence take it from them.
Okay. So once you get the application, then you sit with them and you see exactly what is best for them.
Yes,
right,
and then we'll call them and then visit them. So for as an example, if it's a case where they're gonna get a property built here, we'll visit with the contractor. With the homeowner, contractor, and ourselves here, to discuss the way forward or what the next steps, and then we'll get going.
Yeah, okay. It's a lot of work. I mean, before we get started, right? I could see that.
So far, it's been manic.
Uh-huh.
It's a lot. It's a lot involved.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot involved.
But it's good that you're in discussion with the people who are in need to. So definitely. That when the decision is made, they know exactly what to expect.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, one of the things, Koi was trying to ask a question in terms of the difference between needs and wants here. And I think, trust me, Kim, there are things that you can't say, or you don't want to repeat, or you don't want to explain here. But there are a lot of people here that are in dire positions on Ireland, and I think that's probably the best way to say it, rather than trying to specify and give examples. There are a lot of people in some dire straits on islands, on both islands.
But unfortunately, sometimes we don't even see these people wherever they are to know what situation they're in. And so you personally, or when I say you, I mean the closing authority would have to do some visits to find them.
Hence the reason why we can say that, because we've been out there and we can see it. And sometimes, trust me, you may walk by someone's place here and you think, oh yeah, Kim is all right. But Kim isn't all right until you get inside and see with Kim in, then you would have a idea.
Understanding.
And again, that's where the needs and the wants. As I said, it's I don't think we should go into particulars, but we will know. Trust me, we will know.
Yeah. Oh.
No. Kim, in terms of pitting Matnik, some of the responsibility of the homeowner is that you must have a temporary box for electricity, and compared to Pitty-Matic and Karaku, Pitty-Matic have a good water system. Let me not good. So you must make sure that Nawasa is present at the site. I see in Karaku we have the truck water here and there. We do have this problem in Pitty-Matic.
Okay.
Just run your Nawasa pipe, get connection from that Nawasa, and then you have your Nawasa pipe.
Okay, so those are the things that are required from the
homeowners.
Yes, to get ready, so you can make it easier for construction to take place. Yeah, because especially when you're doing wall structures, a lot of water will be needed.
And also electricity cut the steel and stuff like that.
Right. Yeah.
Well, you blow your cover, because when I show up in Pitty-Matic with my tank,
anytime
we cover water.
we could give Karaku a batch load.
Before we wrap it up, anything else you want to just clarify?
Yeah, well, I think that the process and the new system, the system in place, I would say, would have to be working, and I think priority has to be given to. My final comment is priority has to be given to those who are in need.
That's right.
And that I must say, that's one thing I must credit my Prime Minister for. We're not only improving, we're modernizing. Yes, this paperless situation is a big jump. Things must be able to accomplish without all this back and forth and back.
No, it is too much, But again. And when you're in a situation where you have businesses and stuff like that, let me tell you something. It's a real headache trying to stack and organize records. Trust me. I mean it. And I really welcome the opportunity now of just going on a computer on a file, and with a click, you have everything in front of you that is needed. And all you have to do is just make sure you save it so it will be available whenever you need it. That's it. And it makes it much easier. So you guys now in a situation now where you're out there in the field and looking at applications and assessing needs and wants and then moving forward with it.
Yes.
And I think people could look forward to some sort of assistance,
Yeah, as I said, just to reiterate in Karaku, we've already started for the year. Yes, it's been a slow kickoff, but we've started and we've sort of hit the ground running. And again, the contractors, again, a lot of the guys have built houses before, so it's not a new thing to them here. And they're working with us, and it's very refreshing, and it's just working with them, not just them working with us, but us working with them here to ensure that the property owners, and again, some of the property owners, again, really, 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 really good. And just thanks to everyone for what they're doing and what they would continue.
And when they would have started, and as you mentioned before, there's the drawings and everything like that involved, in the process.
Yeah, a lot of them would have had the drawings already,
right,
so it's just the same. It's
and
just
then,
the continuation.
And then when they start, maybe come to them like just basically like a template.
Yes, they know what they know
what to do. Vibes FM caller, Lana caller comment. Yeah, hello, yes.
Yes. I want to ask a question about the labor. You did say that, labor assistance can be given. Can Mr. Dwight or Wallace or whoever is there explain how do you go about doing that? If you already have material assistance, but you want some labor assistance, what is the requirement? How do you go about doing that?
Okay. Well, it's basically the same form that you'll fill out as an application, and specify that you have the materials and you're just interested in us helping you with
and the contractor must also state how much it will cost to do that work.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you actually getting filling a form. You get a contractor to give you
An estimate.
to assess you
Right,
or something
right.
like that.
That's right.
But regarding the labor, because sometimes you might get a person actually started get the material and started on the labor and actually getting someone to do the labor.
Well, just to clarify, the labor that we're offering here is the equivalent to what you will get from a build back better. So for example, if you have a 5-bedroom house and you want to rebuild a 5-bedroom house, we're not gonna pay your labor to rebuild a 5-bedroom house. No. It's the labor aspect is what what is equal to building of the 2-bedroom 1-bathroom house. That's the labor that we're talking about.
Oh, okay. And can you actually say what the cost is? Actually, the limit?
No, at the moment, no. We're not gonna.
I think
Okay. As regards labor, can you get your own people to do the laboring? Is they know about because if you already got the materials, if you already started, but you want to continue and to finish, can you get labor assistance? And can you bring someone that you know properly that be able to complete and pay as labor? How do you, or does it have to be a contractor to continue to finish the building and get the labor? So
let me just say that we have a preferred list of contractors that we're dealing with. One of the problems that we've had in the past year, where because you know someone and you think that person would give you the best deal possibly, that didn't work out. So what we're trying to do is avoid, as an example, family billing for family, those sort of things here to avoid. And you may say that it's a preferred contractor for you here, and then 2-3 weeks down the road here, you may have an issue and you want to change that person. So we prefer to have our list of contractors, one of the preferred suppliers that we have, come to you here and have that discussion with you in terms of working with you.
Okay. All right.
Is there anything?
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much.
Welcome. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay.
Anything from the Department of Labor as to the salary scale? For example, back in the old country, a journeyman carpenter, that's his wage. So I don't care where you come from, it's a set thing. Somebody who has minimum experience, that's the wage that's established for them.
Yes, there are
guidelines. Yes,
there are guidelines that can be used. Yes.
Okay.
But one of the problems I know with the guidelines that you just mentioned there is because of the scarcity of labor, sometimes people start changing the numbers.
Hence the reason why we have a fixed cost that we're working with, and that is what we're working with.
Right. Okay. So that could be controlled to that certain extent.
Well, as I said, there is a fixed cost. If you want to work weekends, nights, whatever to achieve, then you work
Okay, so as you just mentioned there, hold on. Once a contractor is given the property, and the contract rather, to do the job, it doesn't matter like if they would decide to work on holidays or late hours.
And we probably did not mention it yet, but we're working on a basis of we do a 50% deposit to the contractor, a 50-40-10. If that makes so in a phase, so 3 phases.
Yeah, 3 phases.
So 3 phases.
So 50 in the beginning.
50-40-10.
40.
Very generous.
Yeah.
Economic circumstances warrant. Yes.
Because and the quicker you finish, it's better for you. Because you can move
to
on.
another one.
I mean, the other thing that should be noted though is you wouldn't have once you get to the roof, you wouldn't have everyone on site, so you can move on to another project because it's just the finishing that you'll be doing. So we as I said again, we're trying to work with the contractors and homeowners to ensure, because the other thing that should also be noted that because the some people want the conduits, let's say, in the wall or the pipes in the wall there, but if you as the homeowner isn't providing the materials for the contractor, all the contractor is doing is a shell. Then after that, then you can get the you'll have to run the pipes out, let's say outside externally, if or run the conduits and do surface mounting for the electrics and stuff. As I said, but again, all of that is explained to the homeowner here, so they understand that listen, we're on a time scale, work with the contractor to ensure that you get your property within a timely manner.
Vibes FM, caller.
Good morning.
Hello, yes, go ahead, yeah.
Is it possible I could get Mr. Logan's number?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah,
Your pen and paper.
Contact with Mr.
Your
Logan.
pen and
I'd like
paper.
to get...
Are you ready to write it
Ready
down?
to write it?
Mr. Logan.
Yes. I'm giving it to you.
But too much of speaking inside here. Everybody want to speak.
Are you listening? You're listening to the radio. Listen to us on the phone, please. On the phone. Hello? Caller, you listen to the radio and there is a delay. You don't realize that.
I'm not in the radio. I'm in the yard. I'm not on the radio. I'm on the yard.
Right. Okay. So speak to us. Speak to me in the yard now. Okay. Go ahead. I'm listening to you.
I'm not on the radio.
Okay.
I'm not there a radio.
Okay. So here is the number.
You ready? Take the number down.
What I try to get to Mr. Logan's number.
Yes. Listen to me on the phone, please. On the phone. Are you listening?
What's going on, boy?
Yes. You're listening to the radio in the back of you. It's disturbing you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. If you turn the radio off, then you may be able to have a better conversation so we could communicate better. Okay, caller?
I'm not near a radio. I'm in the yard.
Okay.
I haven't got a radio.
So the number is 449-9080. 449 $90.80. 9080.
44. You get it? 449 9080. Caller, you getting the number?
Hold on.
Yes,
Yes, tell me.
449 449
449
9080.
9080. 449 9080.
That's right.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay.
Bye.
All right. Okay. Now, finally, before we wrap up with you, this project that you're going on now, especially when you start dispersing funds to the contractors, you'd have to have a site supervisor, like going to make sure that whatever has been dispersed so far, you're meeting the exact.
Yeah, as we say, phases. So I mean, the supervision actually starts before Kim. So the supervision actually starts, in a sense, even before the foundation is dug. Does that? I mean, I don't know if that makes sense.
Okay, all right, okay.
We constantly, put it this way, here, we're constantly on site here, seeing what's happening and visiting the site.
Great. Vibes FM, next caller. Caller, come in.
Hi, good morning, Kim.
Yes, good morning. Yes.
Good morning to you.
Yes, go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Caller. Oh, what happened there? Caller? Okay, that caller, we just lost the caller there.
That one is flu.
Yes. Okay. But as you just mentioned, Dave, it is very important to work along with the contractors on a regular basis. So this way you'll be able to see progress.
Hence the reason why I said to you that some of the contractors are, I'm very impressed with what I'm seeing here in terms of what they're achieving within a short space of time. And reason why I'm saying a short space of time here, we're looking at an official start off after the carnival. So carnival was what? When was carnival? What date was carnival?
The 16th, 17th, yeah.
There you go. And we're just at the beginning of March. So in 3 weeks' time, we've on some of the sites is a massive improvement.
Okay. Yeah. And like you mentioned, once they finish it one complete, they move to another.
Yeah, and again, they don't have to be 100% complete because they just have to get to that point where it's just finishing. Then they can move on to another product. I think what we need to also acknowledge is one contractor may have 20 odd guys. So if you have 20 odd guys working with you here, you don't need to be you don't need to actually finish one to move on, because you can't have 20 guys on a small property like that. You can at least have two or three properties going at the same time.
So one contractor at the end of the day depends on their production. They might be
and the number of people in
that they have. They'll be able to do as much as possible within the time frame.
Yeah. I mean, by the way, one of the things we also need to note here is a lot of these guys, they're not just working for the government. They have a lot of private work. So they have the numbers. They have the numbers of people working with them, doing some of these, doing their other works and stuff like that. So.
So it's much easier for them to.
As I said, the key is that we're giving them a contract to finish a finished product, one set figure, and that's what they work on.
And a timeline as well too.
Yes. A timeline that they work on.
Great. Well, I think we're on the road there, and whoever is out there listening now know the process. Get in touch with the ministry, get an application out there, and see whatever assistance you'll be able to get. Discuss with them and move forward from there. It's as easy as that. 1, 2, 3. That's what I call it. Okay. Let me get a wrap up from you, Mr. Logan. You first.
Well, I think I only have 3 words to wrap up. Things are happening.
And Mr. McLeod,
I have to go for more than 3 words. Just to say, listen, we're doing our best here to work with both homeowners and contractors and the suppliers here to ensure that we give homeowners a comfortable place. So when we finish the process, they can have less of a headache than they have currently.
Well, and thank you so much, Dave, for that.
Welcome.
So as you make your way, and we expect that from time to time you'll be coming back, right, on Vibes FM to give us an update of progress has been made, and whatever way people could make a contribution to help themselves, right?
Yes, definitely.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Logan.
And thanks for having us.
Okay.
You want to have me ready for the thanks?
Not a bad idea at all. Okay. Okay. All right. So to make the way out, we're going to get into regular discussion as it pertains to Speak Out Unfiltered, because inside our program, as you very well know, we have a lot of discussions from time to time on different issues that affect us. Okay. So our listeners, you'll be given the opportunity as well to call in and hear your views and concerns as it pertains to whatever topics there are. Very, very interesting this morning, and we hope that so far so good, everyone will be able to chip in and join us inside Speak Out Unfiltered, as I said earlier on. Okay, right. The telephone lines are open now. 403-0101, 403-0101, 443-0101, 443-0101, and you can also call 458-1914, 458-1914. Let me go to the first caller. Vibes FM, caller, you're live. Caller, come in. Caller, come in. Caller, come in.
I'm on?
Yes, you're on. Yes, you're on. Yes.
Good. Morning to the 3 of you.
Okay.
Morning.
A wonderful bit of information just gone by. Thank you all for that. I'm looking at the political environment in Grenada and some of the misinformation that's been spread. If we need to educate our people, we need to teach them right from wrong. And we must give them the truth to correct the error. I listened to the opposition leader. Well, I don't think she should be opposition leader for too long because our political leader. Because if the convention going to come before the election, I'm certain she will be out. But she is gallivanting on the government concerning cost of living. I don't know which part of the world she lives in. Donald Trump came to office and imposed tariffs on many nations that people do trade with, countries do trade with. Even if them and that particular country are nothing wrong, but the goods been transported by ships that the Chinese build, tariffs going on. Tariffs cause cost of living around the entire world to increase because of Donald Trump tariff. Unfiltere is telling Grenadians that the government isn't doing anything to cushion the effect of increasing cost of living. And if she come in office, she will be able to deal with that effect. I'm wondering if Emily really listening to what she says. You look at the war also in the Middle East. Oil price gone up. Most produce come about through oil, electricity. So prices will be going up again. And this woman, well, the party on a whole, just trying to fool people to make them believe that they will do better in situations like this. When they came back in office in 2013, what the Prime Minister, who was Finance Minister, did, he put a structural adjustment on Grenada. Like everybody seems to forget that. I try to remember the exact term we used, but it can be classified as structural adjustment, where we had to pay more and gave the explanation. Okay? She was part of that regime. Nothing was going on in the world to warrant that. But I guess because of his thing with affecting the tax regime from 1995 show up in his face. So that correction had to be made from 2013. And Emily is saying that they will do better. Look at what this government do. That's helping people to cushion it themselves. The increase in salaries that workers are getting. Look, that is the second time the police and the prisons getting increase in salary since this government coming up. And the rest of the unions, I don't know if they start dialoguing as yet, but they will get also. You have the minimum wage that was increased to $1,200. So it makes us even better off. If the government were to do as what Emily wants, will the economy survive? I could tell you no. These people vying for office, speak the truth. Let the people understand what you are saying. So if they please to vote for you, they will. But don't come with this foolishness. Oh, the government, the NDC government is the worst government that ever come in Grenada. That is from the mouth of the NNP. They say that the NDC government is the most corrupted government Grenada ever have. But Dr. Mitchell was the most corrupted Prime Minister Grenada ever have. Well, everybody know that. Look at millions of dollars we had to pay back because of him giving loan to businessmen who come to build hotel like Ritz-Carlton and whatnot, signing paper that if they can't pay, we go have to pay. Is that a corruption? The chicken farm and the fall farm, and also the I call it that place they had up in Simmons, call center, where taxpayers' money was put into that, and we get nothing out of it. Is not a corruption. When you look at what? Let me when I start and again, I don't want to stop it. Let me wake up from here for now. But I'm warning you again. Let's not play politics. Let's look at what is real. Let's look at what is real. Reality is staring us in our face. Deacon Mitchell is handling the reality very well. Emily seems to be one that is telling you that she will work miracles. She will recreate art. That's what she's trying to tell us. Grenadians, there is no hope in the NNP, the new nasty party. They're only trying to speak to those who cannot understand for themselves. And they need you to tell them exactly how it is. So whatever they tell them, that's what they believe. I pray God that this never happened in Grenada and that bunch of people would not be back in office.
Definitely, they wouldn't be there. I could tell you that for sure, But as we realize, that the NNP party right now is they are lost for ideas. They are unable to really put forth anything to the nation And all they're trying to do now, Salio, is just criticize, just criticize. They have nothing else to say. They're nothing to offer. Because this government has been overperforming, and people are very, very grateful for that.
It seems to be a thing with these old boys. They seem not to understand when they must cease to be a player, and if they want to be a coach, go on the sideline. I was listening to my boy, coach, I like him, up in St. Vincent. Now he's saying that boy things so bad, people are born, people take it to the streets in this short space of time.
Yeah. I mean, imagine that. The election just the other day.
So all them fellas, so like she and Emlyn, so should just be put in Lord Nelson Calypso. You hear lie? That is lie.
That is lie, of course. That is lie.
That's all.
And this is something that they think that they're gaining some sort of attention by saying that, But people are realizing that they're not telling the truth. They are not telling the truth, and it's just all lies. But like anything else, this NNP has nothing really constructive to say when it comes to criticism. They're talking corruption. I mean, as the caller just mentioned, corruption. If you open the dictionary right now, Chambers Dictionary, any dictionary you open and you ask about corruption, it's in 3 letters, NNP, and there's no more explanation. That's it.
So you have to take that as a definition.
Yeah, that's the definition of corruption.
Okay.
Yeah, but like I'm telling you, they have nothing to really talk about, so they have no choice but to just criticize, and that's it. And they are in a situation now where they're just running out of even things to criticize about. Vibes FM, caller, come in. Caller, you on? Caller?
Hey, hey, what up? What are you all doing?
Not bad at all.
Fine,
okay?
thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Leo Coy.
Yes.
Yes.
I called last week. I spoke on the geopolitical spectrum, what's going on in the world.
Yes.
I did speak about Emmeline with your food prices. I want to know, as Trump bombed Iran, is he going to tell people to prepare to pay $50 for a pound of rice? Anyway, we're just a donkey in a mule's world, if you understand where you're coming from.
Very much so.
Right.
Yep.
The thing is, I want us to just go back a couple years back. Was a Grenadian so interested in news and media before Deacon come to frontline politics?
You're making a very valid point.
Never.
Grenadians
was never interested in frontline news. Deacon goes to CARICOM, he draws a crowd online. Anyway, that man go. Grenadians are in tune. The thing is this, Emmeline and them fail to realize the days of old is gone. The days of old is dawning. It's done already. The sun already set on the NNP. We look into the future. Deacon is young. He's in his 40s. We cannot play this type. Okay, it's like Mr. Leo wear Dongori and sandals and socks. I young. I wouldn't wear Dongori. You understand?
Yeah.
So it's a certain type of level to live in right now that Grenadians are experienced. It's not like a long time when you go down in the supermarket to get a newspaper. We only buy the newspaper because we only read the front page, and the rest of the news inside we don't know nothing about it. That's how it used to be. But right now, information is there at the tip of our fingers to see what's going on, to know what's going on. Look at it. They won't come out and say, all right, we get buyers for our fish. They have nothing to say. They was condemning, jumping up and down. Now we have buyers. Where are they? So if Grenadians think, if you think that Grenadians is so foolish to come and say, well, we go, I am going to take out food in my mouth because somebody tell me I will get piece of pie over there and I'm going to fig in my mouth, which I cut up eating me fig. And let it go for a piece of pie only for Sunday? Nah, that's madness. They ain't ready yet.
Okay.
We are in a new era, in a new dispensation. We have to do what we have to do. And I'm going to say this. A lot of us black people, if we pretend that we are not Africans, especially in the Caribbean, If it's one thing I want us to know as Black people is that it doesn't matter where the fruit fall, you come from one tree, and it's the African tree. In the sense of we cannot override what the West is telling us. We always have to look to Africa. She always, the opposition leader always accused Deacon of going to Africa. That is where we have to look. You understand? Because if you look at it, the West is trampling all over Trump. Trump go Venezuela, he bomb everywhere. He's coming back to Cuba next week. So we have to fasten and tighten our grip. You understand? Africa have everything. We can't just pretend and look at it as, oh, Trump this and he's a madman. Yes, absolutely he's a madman. And everybody will sit and say, oh, the Ayatollah was a bad man. Listen, all the people in the Gulf region, how we want to look at it, the people of Iran, if they want to change a regime, that is up to them. That is not America and the West to decide. You understand? I mean, it's time for us to stop thinking that narrative and look at the history of America. America is what? A two-headed snake. Yes, it may be good for certain things in the oldies, but right now there's nothing good. We can get educated anywhere else. You understand? I just find that we as Black people and the Caribbean, we should look for that. America is not it right now. Have a good day. Take care.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
thank you so much. Let me try to take another call. Vibes FM. Okay, this next caller is not there, so we're going to continue. But this caller is making a lot of sense, and we realize now in the world today, especially with Trump behaving, boy, there's a lot of things that are going to be taking place. But we don't here. I think we kind of safe for now, you know. I mean, we're not in the thick of it that we're, you know, all these missiles and drones and everything operating right now. But it's a matter of time, you know.
But the economy is going to catch up with us. Economic fallout is going to catch up with us.
Yeah. Well, as far as I'm concerned, it's not already. Just the fact that we're talking about it in this manner, worried as to what is likely to happen. That in itself is a
but you know,
mindset.
Quite, I think I stopped blaming Trump. You know,
we blaming.
I mean, almost to say the Western world on what they put up with. How many people here that are coming out and criticizing Trump publicly and saying that shouldn't be happening? Instead, the British Prime Minister saying Iran better not retaliate. Is he saying, you know? So somebody come and bomb into smithereens and they must just take it.
Take it like that.
And you're wrong to do that.
Vibes FM, landline caller coming.
Hello, good morning.
Yes, good morning, yes.
Thank you for taking my call.
You're welcome,
You want the entire cabinet.
Yes, thank you.
Right, sir. How are you?
Thank you.
Fine, thank you.
Thank you. Now remember, this is the porcupine time. That's what you call the crazy season start. Right. One, when a rat eats poison, what does the rat do? And he running all about until he's dead? Right. That is an NP right now. So they're running all over the place, making things, and probably a dog may see it, a cat may see it, and thinking thing, and when the cat eats it, the cat end up getting poison too. So who want to eat an NP poison like ram? Right. We're talking about the Costa living, with killing going about Costa living high. But the war that is going on now, with Iran, America, Israel, Palestine, well, the war that goes on there now, across the Middle East. Who had to pay the expense? We, the ordinary people, you know, because when the gas price go, who had to pay it? Right. When the flour and the sugar price go, who had to pay it?
It's always the case, man. The middleman, the people,
when they're trying to say,
people.
So when they're trying to say about cost of living going up, all what they're doing, they only war, they pay, they bomb, they pay in this. Who the money they have to get to build back them boot all the machine up?
Oh, we? Yep. That's how it is.
So then, I don't understand. Come on, let's try to pray to God and ask Him to assist us in this thing. Because remember, how it was in the beginning, so shall it be in the end. Prophecy have to fulfill. And God got to life, I mean, a life for you. Right? Greed is the problem of the world today. That is the system. Greed is the problem because I don't see why this big thing is going on. And then this speaker from the porcupine spreading a propaganda. trying to mash up people's brain. Right? Because when they put that into their young people's head and making them young people believe that the government not doing anything, this is a crime. Open your eyes, who have eyes to let them see, who have ears to hear, let them hear. Take a walk about and you go see the difference. Eh? Where the money for Manhattan? Where the money for Oliveira? Where the money for the garden group? Where the money for Oliveira and them? Where is it? And then they talk about the shot practice and the this and the that and the other. She should shame to say that because she was there. She was right in the footstool. She sit down there and she in jail. And today what they're trying to say, taking out the blame. That the same thing when they make all the drama the last time. They started with Blaze. From Blaze, you go to Tillman. Well, we go from Tillman to Blaze. We don't go to Braffit. Right? But what shall they do? And what shall he do to Blaze? What shall he do to Tillman? What shall he do to Nazimbok? It's the same thing. It's the same game they play in their game. Blame game. The nastiness they do, they take it and treat on other people. And I feel they don't have enough sense. They should understand what's going on. Have a nice day and take care of everyone.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And remind our listeners again, 443-0101. 443-0101, 403-0101, and 458-1914. 458-1914. As I continue to take the calls, gentlemen, I don't know if you guys listened to the press conference they had the other day. NNP had a press conference the other day. And I'm still laughing in the sense that they had a press conference, they claimed, and which they were. And when they asked for questions, nobody, no media, nobody asked no question, not at all.
And interestingly, the response to that is that what? We speak so clear, so people understand everything.
Yeah.
So they don't ask us no question.
We go get back on that. Vice FM, Landline caller coming. Landline caller. Yes.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, go on.
Morning. I just want to say to our people to please be respectful. It is okay for you to not like a person, but let us respect the office of the Prime Minister. I cannot understand for the life of me why a person feels okay to call, for example, Senator Cox, Senator the Honorable, to call Claudia to say Senator the Honorable. And when it comes to the Prime Minister, Deacon, let us have some respect. This is a gentleman that has earned his office. He's a parliamentary representative for St. David's, and the people of St. David's love him. And I believe they would overwhelmingly support him again at the next election. So please, do what you do, but let us be respectful. And I just want to say to all of the leaders athletes at the primary school level, have a good day at your primary school sports today. I do know that Carrico would give a good account of themselves, and we look forward to having a wonderful game at the end of the day. And let us remember that we're in the Lent season, and we must tone down our loud music.
Okay.
Have a good day, everyone. I thank you.
You too. Thank you. You too.
Okay, getting back to what we were saying earlier on, Kai. And
yeah, well, I mean, that's the response. I mean, and in a way, when you look at it, I mean, it might make sense on the surface. We speak so clearly, we explain things for you so good that you have a question. You know, you have a question. But
thank you, everyone. Now we would like to open up the floor to the media. Everyone joining on Zoom, anyone wants to ask a question, raise your hand. Please indicate the name of your media house before asking your question. And let's proceed.
We proceed, eh?
My hand up, you know.
Yeah, your hand up?
Yeah.
All right. I mean, this is embarrassing.
Let's proceed.
Let's proceed. This is embarrassing. To have a press conference for 45 minutes. You're asking for questions, whatever. Look, listen. No questions. Nobody bothering them. They're finishing up.
Nobody want to understand anything, so then.
Yeah.
Any questions, members of the media?
Yeah, we're still begging.
Well, I know why you're looking in my direction.
Well, listen to the conclusion. Hold on. Listen.
Okay.
This is the conclusion.
Well, I take it that we were crystal clear in our deliberations here about the critical issues affecting our nation. If there are no questions,
yes,
then I'll hand it back over to you, political leader, for some closing remarks.
Oh God, Lord. Vibes FM, caller coming.
But things getting drier and drier.
Just so.
Good morning, Kim.
Morning.
And Mr. Leo and others.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I think you all have to try and see your representative, your colleague from Caracas. This is a gentleman who I had, and I have to say that I had a lot of respect for. I walk along with him in a certain time in my career, and I had a lot of respect for him. Seems to be a very intelligent young man. But I've been listening to your senator over the past year, and he seems to be deteriorating in his. I don't know. You know, there are some people who rise from whatever level entry they make, whether it's in politics or in business, whatever. There are some people who rise, but he seems to, instead of going up, going down. And I don't understand why he's letting those people bring him to a level of total embarrassment. So I would ask you all, as Caribbean people normally do, to speak it. I mean, because I think he's really just eating whatever is in front of him and not even wondering what it is, how it will affect him later on. And he's a nice fellow. I mean, you all have to agree with me.
He is.
And I don't think you all should let him go down in that friendship. Trust me. Sometimes he embarrassed me with some of the things that he says. Trust me. And he used to be a good friend of mine. I mean, I still consider him as a friend. So I only need to speak to him. But what I'm happy about Kim, and Mr. Leo and Coy, is what I see happening now is a number of voices are speaking up and the work that the government is doing. And I'm totally happy for that. But that is something that I've been clamoring for a long time. There was just a few voices that basically you could say was in the wilderness that was articulating the position of the government and what they were doing. But I'm seeing the lady previously to that caller who last called. And I mean, there are some voices, first time I'm hearing them. And I want to encourage that. You need to defend what you have because you have something good. Some of the MPs, I think, has disappointed us badly. And I'm not afraid to say that. I say that boldly because it's a statement of fact. But I think the government itself has performed credible, that they should be given another 10, 15 years in office. Because the structures I think that they are putting in place, the things that they are doing will propel us in a couple of years to come. And when we have to make the comparison as to who were there before, the length of time they were there, and some of those issues were what people call hanging fruit. You have to climb the tree to get it. You have to pay a stone or get a rod to pick it. You're just using your hand to pick it. And they were not doing anything about it. And this administration has seen fit to do that thing to them and put them structures in place so that later on, Kim, give this government a chance. You see this word they call poor and vulnerable? People will not be using that word anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think it will give people an opportunity to start spending for themselves instead of relying on people. Yes, there would always be some people who have less than others. But I think one of the cultures that have been cultivated in this country in the past, one of dependence, that you depend, you sit down home and do nothing. You don't make an effort to get something done on your own. And that is something that we have to get rid of. If we have to move as a country, there are some people who have little lands behind the house and they're not planting anything. You know, how would you live if you plant food for you to eat? And relying on it and always complaining and blaming the government. At the end of the day, where do we go if we all depend on the government? We don't have oil. Yet, to an extent where we could be able to sell, like Iraq and Venezuela and all of those places. So where we will get the resources to do all of what we want to do? The hospital that is being built, they're talking about the amount of money. But it is a good investment that Grenada is making, just like when the airport was being built and even America was criticizing it. Now today is the pride and joy of Grenada. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So we have to put the structures in place. It will be a teaching hospital. People would not be afraid to come here. Tourists or returning nationals will not be afraid. Some of them going in Florida and all that. They will come back to Grenada because they have a facility and they have a system that if they fall sick, they would not be worried about what is happening. Right now, they cannot say that. And this is something that the government is addressing. So, I mean, yes, amidst all of the noise, and one thing I like of the Prime Minister, Mr. Leo, they say silence is when you remain silent, sometimes you could kill.
Yes,
constantly. Yeah.
And amidst of all the noise some of them are making, he's just totally ignoring them, And that in itself is making him more furious because he's not like they're not there.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
And that you see that character, that part of him, I love it. Because when he speaks, anytime he will make a statement, all of them is like, like you're building a mountain and it just go down to a valley. So I would like to encourage those other persons out there to come out and defend the government. Come out and defend the government. Yes, I know, as I said before, some of the MPs have disappointed us. That is a fact. They have disappointed us. Yeah. I mean, the Prime Minister is every nook and cranny. Some of them don't even know certain parts in the constituency where they have been before. They have not engaged people. And I mean, that is it. And if any one of them have to lose, it's on that fact. It's on that basis. But as the government itself, collectively led by Deacon Mitchell, they have done exceptionally well. Thank you and have a good morning.
Okay, thank you so much.
Second emotion.
Yeah, no, really. Like I've been saying even in Carriacou here, I mean, we have living experience, that no other government has ever done what this government has done for us in the history.
And I was thinking about the whole situation. Well, Mr. Blaze, I know he meant very well. He didn't have the supporting cast that he needed to pay attention to Carriacou. Because I can remember, I think after we got electricity, it was electricity or something. So somebody saying, if Blaze get a chance, you bring government house in Carriacou.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have the support of Dickens' cabinet.
Everyone.
Yeah, so and that is so good for us.
Vibes FM, caller you next. Caller come in. Yes, go ahead, yeah.
Our Prime Minister is like ear button. When he speaks,
everybody listen. Okay, thank you so much. Next caller, WhatsApp caller come in. WhatsApp caller come in. You on? Yes, go ahead, yeah.
Good morning. I laugh at the clip you played just now with the questions for the media,
Remind me.
I mean, you really have a media in Grenada? No mediocrity that way.
Well,
I think that they give them the finger food they used to give them that start happening again. So and juice, so the belly full, they want to sleep. So they have no questions to answer. Yeah, but on a more serious note now.
Yeah.
I think the government is performing beyond my expectation. I'm always saying that. And the government is moving into the digital age. I don't know if you listened to the last program with GMs with PM. You see the school children at them? They're intelligent, they are brilliant people. So Grenada is in the future is good. Look at the digital question that they asking the Prime Minister. Any one of them can't answer.
They can't answer that question. No, you're right.
They cannot answer. The children and them would make them feel small. Why they don't expose themselves to asking questions like that? They won't go on. They would never go on this kind of platform and tell the children, ask me some questions. What they would do different. How they would take Grenada forward. More than a basket of goods, which is the same old playbook they've been using. And they feel like going to work this time. It can't work because look at what happened in the Middle East. When oil price gone up, everything has to go up. So we just have to plant what we grow what you eat and eat what you grow.
Correct.
Look at the fish trade. I understand it will be back soon. Good news. But they won't mention anything about that.
No, that's so good to mention.
Whenever the fish start the trade up and running again, they will remain mute on that. Nothing good come from these people. As far as I see, these people are a bunch of undesirable, want to put Grenada back into the Stone Age. They are not digital, they're not up with what's happening in the world today. Same old playbook. You can't run a country with lies and propaganda. And that is what they depend on. Propaganda, lies, deception, that is on steroid right now. So we have to guard against that. Look, recently, I think it's yesterday, when musical instrument being given to the creative industry, $85,000, I think, to the schools.
Yeah.
That never happened before. You had the blue economy. They couldn't see anything like that. They couldn't see the creative industry. So what these people want to come back here to do? They couldn't play salary. They could not give salary twice per month. They say that can't happen. They can show how it could be done.
Everything go nice
They
and
say they
easy.
can't pay pension.
Look at that. Everything just running smooth,
And gratuity.
Yeah.
They can say it could be done. It deliver. Pay and grade for the police. They say that can be done. It deliver. So why these people and them? As a matter of fact, they shouldn't even want to vote for themselves.
Okay.
The thing, boy, power and this privilege that they want to yield.
Yeah, we can't go back to them kind of kind of politics. People and them need to raise themselves and give these young people a chance. What I used to call them, they're too young. Inexperienced.
But you realize, Colin, that they're trying to build up a cast now of candidates that are inexperienced and young. You realize that?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
The same thing they criticize. Yep.
You remember when they can take each cell phone and say, "Show me your phone"? Copycat. Show me your phone too.
Time.
These people are not progressive people for Grenada.
Not at all.
It's time that they raise themselves, man, and sit in a corner and watch things happen, man. Good things happening.
But it's embarrassing for them to do that, very embarrassing, because of the defeat they got in the last election. They still gravitate to the theater, They still can deal with it, That's what we're acting on them right now. But
it's of course these people are going to create lies, propaganda. You cannot rule a country relies on propaganda.
Okay. Carla, thank you so much again. We have so many callers in. Let me try to take another caller. Let me deal with the land callers first. WhatsApp callers, you please hold on a little bit. Landline caller, call me. Caller, come in.
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. Okay.
Yes, you are.
Okay. So I'd like to say something about what's going on in Israel. So before the war started, Benjamin Netanyahu made a comment to, I guess it sued the president of the United States. Iran burned a statue that is associated with Satan. It's called Baphomet. Iran burned that statue. Benjamin Netanyahu said that that's an act of war. Iran, that's an act of war. So the United States must attack Iran. Now, what does that mean? Why is it an act of war for Benjamin Netanyahu if Iran burns an image of Satan? That is one. Now, two very important. The star that they have on the flag, they said that it's the Star of David. And so, there's nothing in the Bible that says, I'm trying to find here the book of Amos. This is the Lord God Almighty talking to the prophet Amos to deliver these messages to the children of Israel. So in Amos chapter 5, verse 26, I'll do 25 and 26. The Lord is saying, this is his word, have you, talking to the children of Israel, have you offered unto me sacrifices and offering in the wilderness 40 years, O house of Israel? But you all have borne the tabernacle of Moloch. Moloch is also associated with Satan. You all bore the tabernacle of Moloch and Chion, your images, the star of your God, which you have made to yourselves. And that's referring to that star that they have on that flag. And the reason that they're saying that it's the Star of David, Solomon, God said to Solomon, do not go after strange women. So he went after strange women. We all know he had over 1,000 women, wives and concubines. And a lot of them were foreign, and they brought in their foreign gods. And one of them, or more than one of them, had that star. And that's why that star is on the flag. So one thing that even said to about the burning of the images is an act of war. It's suggesting to me that they're worshiping Satan. I'm gonna say plainly. People won't say, but I'm gonna say plainly. And so I want to encourage those Christians. And there's a group of Christians called what do they call them again? Evangelicals. I'm not sure what group they are. Evangelicals. They highly support Israel, but they need to take a closer look at what's going on, because it would trouble me a whole lot if a person who is supposed to be following the Lord God Almighty, calling the burning of Satan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Next caller. Next WhatsApp caller coming. Caller, coming. You next. Hello.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello. Yes. You next. Go ahead.
Yes, calling from Toronto again.
Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, just have a few points I don't want to make here. The first thing I want to say, some people may probably take it the wrong way, but what I want to say, our Prime Minister is the best thing that ever happened in Grenada. I grew up in Gary days, and I'm telling you, if you put Gary and you put Keith Mitchell in a box, you probably could hardly tell the difference between them, from my opinion.
Yeah, okay.
This young man came, and what I'm about to say, people may probably take it out of context, but the fact about it is this. We have to realize when Emlyn and whatever these guys and them that she has behind the scene, that this man is selfish and is the worst thing that ever happened, and Kit Mitchell and you're talking a whole set of nonsense. In my opinion, this man loves Grenada. He loves his people and is willing to do anything to let that progress go on. And it's time that people start seeing that. And Evelyn and they must start speaking the truth and give credit where credit is due. Because in my opinion, Dick and Mitchell don't need Grenada. Grenada needs him. If you get what I'm trying to say. The man is a successful, prosperous lawyer. With all the ridicule, with all the dirty names, with all the dirty things that are being thing there, it's nonsense. I saw it on Facebook last week or earlier this week, where some guy called the Prime Minister of Grenada a piece of shit. And this is total disrespect. Where are the NNP people to tell these people on Facebook, you could oppose, but have some respect for the Prime Minister? They don't do that. They applaud those sort of things. And for those of us in the diaspora, it's embarrassing because we have grown children, and sometimes they say those things. That's how they carry on. Where is the level of morale that they have? And they're quick to say that is the NDC that is criticizing and the NDC that is creating it. You know, I look back because I go back on YouTube and I scroll things back. You know, I've never one time seen any of the ministers in parliament in the side say things derogatory and they don't get down to the gutter. Yes, if followers want to say things, followers have the right to express themselves. But with the administration itself, we don't see those things, because when they say those things, you go back. Thank God for YouTube. And it's deplorable now. And the opposition need to do something about the sort of things that this guy said, especially this guy with the big mouth. I understand he's from Carrico or whatever. The one was talking about setting fire and all this kind of thing.
Okay. Yeah.
Because he's, as we used to say growing up, he's as dunce as a spoon bag. So you don't,
you know that. You know that.
So the other thing I want to speak about quickly, in grocery bill, that woman made herself a complete fool.
Oh boy.
But you know what was done here? Actually went to the grocery store to look at some of the very things she's talking about. Do you know a cup of condensed milk here is $3 and some cents? Equivalent.
Yeah.
Do you know most of the things that she's talking about there? Sometimes if you go to Grenada, because when I've been there for the 50th anniversary, when I saw certain things and I do the equivalent, I say it's cheaper here. Do you know a boneless roti here is like $10, $12?
Yeah.
Go to Grenada.
Yeah.
Wow. Do the equivalent.
Right.
Because a lot of people say, no, sometimes it's better you go there, spend some holiday and bring back some groceries.
Yeah.
And she's not looking at what's going on in the world. She is taking imported products to use as a medium on her side to say that things are out of control. And $50. So the things that she put there, the 4, 5, 6 things that she put there, over here it's almost $50.
Mm-hmm. I
mean, I'm sure you have contact with in the States or whatever.
Yeah, we know that, of course.
Things are expensive.
Yep.
Are expensive. So when they come up there with this foolishness, it makes them look stupid. I'm going to go now.
Yeah.
I saw her at school. I don't know if she's a bishop, a pope, or a god. In my opinion, resting her hands on the children's heads as she went along and holding her, putting her left hand on her heart and touching the children as though I'm blessing them.
You saw that?
Pick up on that. If you've seen that, you will see where I'm coming from.
I saw
She's
it.
not coming to say that, but this is what she's trying to imply.
Right.
You know, going up on, then speaking about the girl from Tivoli or wherever who got killed. Oh, when I was going up the stairs, my heart this, my heart that. Where is the president? Where is the prime minister? Oh, he's so insensitive. He does not have no empathy. People don't fall for that. You can see the act.
Yep.
And that's bad acting. That's bad acting. Because the people see it a whole different way. Yesterday, with the press conference with the fisheries thing, why didn't we hear them last night saying that was a good thing?
No.
Because, you know, they are trying to make Grenadians feel the only country that Grenadians could rely on to buy the fish is America. Look at what the minister has done.
Yep. But Colin, let me just interact for 1 second there, because you mentioned about the fish, you know. In that the day before when they had the press conference, you know, they addressed the issue of fish again, but the next morning, 8 o'clock, I think it was, when the Lennox minister, they came in there, and you listen to that press conference now, they had to keep quiet. And from now on, they're going to keep quiet, because why? They're not in tune to what's taking place in Grenada either. And that's trying
true.
Yeah, they're not in tune.
Because when I saw that yesterday, I said, let me wait to see.
If they will say something, then say nothing.
Well, we applaud them on this one, because they're making ways for the fishermen and all these different things. Look at the response of the fishermen.
Yep.
Look, as a matter of fact, probably it would be more beneficial for the fishery industry because look at how many countries wants Grenada fish.
Right.
And with all of that, it also included agriculture and all of the Grenada spice and all. So look at how many benefits came out of that.
Yep.
So sometimes when something look bad, there is a good coming, because all they were doing is rallying the day before on their whatever they had.
Yes.
They were talking about the fishermen and everything. Oh, I so sorry for this fisherman who had to build his house, and because of that, that wasn't the fault of the NDC. It was their fault. They had it from 2017.
16 to be exact.
16.
And did nothing about it.
Right.
And now you want to come in, but no. The good thing about it, they are always being shut up, because when they do these things, afterwards they can't come back with it anymore. I saw one of the guys that or whatever his name is talking about the prime minister. Can't remember the actual point. It was my head. It's gone. But the thing about it, I said, how these people could stand there and speak about a man of such high esteem, so distinguished in this kind of way. They have absolutely nothing to say. They are embarrassed, and they are getting weaker and weaker every day. As I always say, every time I call on a program, they are the best campaigners for NDC, because they make people go and look and research to see what they're saying. For instance, the young man who hosts the meeting or whatever it is, when he said, oh, well, I guess they have nothing to say because I guess otherwise. They were. Did you look at the expression on the faces, especially this new guy that
Adrian, yeah.
Did you see his face?
Yeah.
Did you see the expression of his face? And when they call him Emily, she has anything. Her head was down right through what she was saying.
Yep.
Not focus on the camera. If journalist has nothing to ask, it is telling you because you had nothing to say.
Obviously.
You had nothing to say.
Not of consequence.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
And the last thing I would say, because I don't want to be too long, because I know some people speak very long.
Yeah.
The last thing I would say, because I wrote my things down to summarize them. Look at the young people with the farming and whatever thing. I think it was this morning.
Yeah.
That I was looking at it.
That's youth in agriculture.
Youth and agriculture.
Yeah, youth and
Look
agriculture.
at that.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. I may be biased because that's where I'm from, but in all of the Caribbean countries and all what I'm looking at, I could even compare Grenada to the United States for progress with its people.
Yeah.
Look at the things that this government is doing. Look at the young people. You helping them to create their own industries, helping them to create their own businesses. These are things that never in your wildest dream you would have thought would come from a small island, a small governing country like that, to implement and to grow the stability of this place we call Grenada, the Isles of Spice. This is future. If I was a younger man, because if I tell you I was from Gary days, you must know I'm an older man now.
Okay. Yeah, okay. You wanted to do.
If I was a younger man, like a lot of young people who come to Canada and the United States and so on, because people struggling up in Canada and in the US, I would jump at the opportunity and say, you know something, let me go back with what I have, try to establish something, and try to make life there, because in a few years from now, Grenadians, as one caller said, Grenadians would not know the word poor and vulnerable. Poor and vulnerable would be Emlyn and the NNP. Poor and vulnerable of shame, because number one, they do not know how to contextualize things. They take everything out of context, especially when the Prime Minister speaks. Everything out of context. And I'm saying to you guys, keep up this program. I am so fascinated that I could sit here and look back and see the progress that Grenada is making. And I'm telling you, NDC is there for a lot of years, because I speak to people back home. And trust me, because I am from the constituency where Emlyn and Kate and those black, and the things that they have to say, I wouldn't repeat it on. I wouldn't repeat it on there.
Okay.
Because
NBC
is on the road, and let me tell you something. Emlyn is out, Kate is out. They're losing for sure.
But by the way, I missed it. We got a candidate for Clarice.
Clarice?
St. Mark's.
Well, Quincy is still there.
No.
Yeah.
No.
That's
NDC
on our side.
candidate.
Quince.
No.
Quincy is an NDC candidate.
NDC candidate.
Yes, okay. They have one. NNP have one.
Yeah, a doctor, a young doctor.
A young girl, a young
doctor.
lady, yeah. A young doctor, yeah.
That's what's Andrew.
I forgot her
Well,
name.
she wouldn't win. She doesn't know what she'll be saying sometimes.
No. She
tries to grammatize and to try to be pronounced and all of these different kind of things.
Yeah.
And things nice, just like the woman in St. David's.
Yes.
Fine to speak nice, going to impress people. Grenada is full of girls.
Yes.
They don't care how nice to speak. They look at facts.
That one in St. David's is Emlyn McMay. Especially on them.
Yeah, but she's the other one that wants Emlyn position.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
She's the one. I knew it from day one when she said, "I am not a caretaker. I am the representative." And somebody asked her, "When did you win?" So it is very, very, very. And let me tell you something. Emlyn is very aware of that woman and that man that Keith.
Yeah.
She's very aware about it, and she's fighting hard. But Keith is laughing at her. Now, last thing I'm going to say, look at the meeting yesterday. I don't stay on the programs. I just flick and see a little bit. And from the time I saw Michael Batiste,
oh boy, what a disgrace.
I just roll the channel because it doesn't make sense. You put Michael Batiste up there, Keith Mitchell is peeing himself with who Emlyn is putting on top of there. Because Keith Mitchell doesn't like Michael Batiste. When they were in Telescope, when Michael Batiste called out to him and said, "Okay, Doc, am I doing right?" Did you see the expression of Keith Mitchell's face?
Right.
No. Keith Mitchell nodded his head to say yes. He didn't nod it to say no. He just hold his arm and he put his chest.
Yeah, I know that.
If you look at those things, go back and look at those things, because I look for body language. I look for the response from the body. Keith Mitchell hated when Michael Batiste called out. And Emlyn and they have to know what this man. Keith Mitchell thing about saying don't vote for NDC. He NNP, he knew exactly what he was saying.
That's deliberate.
Because he wanted to be the last NNP prime minister ever for Grenada.
Yeah.
Read between the lines. We are intelligent people in Grenada. We have a high level of intelligence, and we need to start reading between those lines.
But listen to Michael Batiste last night. Listen to him.
Mitchell and the leader, Emlyn Pierre, promised you while you're on that platform. Tonight, I will tell you what they promised me. They promised me that when Sister Emlyn Pierre is sworn in as Prime Minister, October 19th will never be a hero's day.
Color?
Yes. Well, I didn't hear that very clearly, but because once I saw him, I just changed.
I was just laughing at him all the way, believe me. And to see where the NNP reached now. Imagine they would reach. They would reach Michael Batiste.
Yeah, you had to look at and had to listen to.
If you listen to Kem Jones or Junior, every time Michael Batiste is on, sometimes Junior have to say to me, "Let's be respectful." But I say, I'm not being disrespectful. If you're in the kitchen, you put yourself in the kitchen, you have to learn to take the heat.
Right.
You went there. And that's the only thing with Junior that I would say, look, don't tell people to visit that. Once they don't swear and do any kind of thing like that. But if these people put themselves there, you have to know how to put Michael Batiste and this guy, what's his name again? Perry in the place.
God.
Who?
Perry?
So respect don't mean expressing yourself how you should see. Just don't use obscenities and derogatory things.
Right, okay.
Because they place themselves in the kitchen, they need to take the heat. And that's why I love Ken Jones, because He don't care.
Yeah.
Because he speaks truth.
How
And he
about
tells as it is.
Okay.
So I'm going to let
Okay.
someone else come in.
Well, caller, thank you so much for your contribution. Okay, let me go to the next caller. I've been waiting there. Next WhatsApp caller coming. Thank you for waiting. Caller, you next. Caller.
Good morning, Brother Kim.
Hey, good morning. What's up?
There's fireman here.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Brother Cole.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Sir Leo.
Good morning, sir.
I know you're the captain here, and you and Kim and Brother Cole. So it's three captain on board
Okay.
managing the journey. I think we can't go wrong. But let me tell you, this morning is really an historical morning. I want to tell you two things. When you're talking about Kate Lewis, it's Tessa Sensei that's running up there. That's a young lawyer. I'm doctor. Right? I find all was struggling to reach her the name. Tessa Sensei.
Okay.
Sensei, yeah.
Yeah. She's the one running against Kate Lewis.
Okay.
And when last week, so I find all was struggling a little bit with Dennis Campbell. But Dennis Campbell, the same one who give all the money and tell him have a good time, he's a twin, you know.
I know. Dennis and Denise.
His sister name is Denise.
Yeah.
And he's Dennis. So I just want to get him things started. But before I start, I want to say first thing. As an NBC and all audios NBC, I think all should congratulate NNP, you know, when they're talking about the fisheries, because they won't talk about it. It was a blessing that happened to work in NBC favor. I want to tell you why, because everything I say, I know what I'm saying. NBC now is establishing 5 outlets where people could come to Grenada and buy fish. So it's a blessing in disguise. If you check what I'm saying, it's no more just America. You have the Chinese, you have the Canadians, you have the Trinidadians, and then they have another person or two on board.
Guyana. What about Guyana? Don't leave out Guyana.
And Guyana. So that is a done deal. They can't say nothing. So it's a blessing. And the whole of Grenada will bless that happened for NBC favor, because them they did nothing. It's shame, you know.
Well, I tell you,
let me tell you,
the money going to more than one shareholder now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Emily are correct when she talk about all you on Vibes FM, you know. The woman is absolutely right. Do not call the woman misconcerned or you'll get sued. You understand? The woman right name.
Costa living.
Other Costa, but that's his second name.
COL, call.
Line Emerald.
Okay.
Line Emlyn. That's her name. Line Emlyn. That's her right name. And Costa living is her second name. And his concern is his surname.
So don't call her so.
No, call her line Pierre, or I mean line.
Well, I know someone who called her MLI.
MLI, that's the right name. That is what I was trying to get. MLI. Right? And she saw him, as I tell you. What? Let me tell you something. Something that burned me with that press conference Tuesday. And this man, I think some guy they call Cox, well, he has so much Cox in Kirkwood because them Cox are really from Kirkwood. That guy was in a press conference. And so Leo and Kim, if I didn't know better, this man had a sideline talk with a man. And that man ought to attack you, so Leo. And Kim, and I think all you are aware of that already. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
This man who he had a sideline talk with. All right. I know what that. So Leo, off the program. They someone called me, you or Kim, I want to talk to all your private.
Okay.
I don't go to that segment. But let me tell you. You remember one time Kelku was like second hand?
Me tell it, third hand?
Huh?
Third hand, not second.
Third. Well, you could say third and fourth. Maybe second.
Yeah.
Third and fourth. You know what burning these guys to know that them never did nothing for Kelku and trying to lie now. And his feedback will give him vote. Let me tell him something. This government rebrand and give Kelku and Picky Martin the right name. First choice. All your new name is first choice, you know.
Okay.
Or they didn't have a choice before.
Yeah.
Wherever all they get, all you have to take it. That's what I'm talking about, you know, Kim.
Yes, yeah.
Always first choice now. And everybody glad to know that the Prime Minister and his team, the problem is if we have a leader, and that is what it can take. So when I hear them talking, I don't just laugh, you know. Because let me tell you, them worsening the situation for themselves, you know. Them campaigning for NDC and everybody proving that, you know. Is the comments and then you hear people talking upset. They may not know reason for no press conference and they don't want to say they have a press conference. But as the caller say, when light bill and nothing go up $50 more, I want to go and say NDC and bring it up and cause it. Because she's misconcerned.
Okay.
You understand?
All right.
That's what she's going to be doing. But I'm telling you, the last one is because I don't want to be long. Your partner from Canada does make some good contribution, but I want him to know he beat me back this morning by staying long. A friendly old talk I give him, man.
Okay.
What the 27th of this month, if all you could know off your head or your watch, what day that will be?
Off the my head, I can't say no.
Okay. What date? What day? What day?
The day, no.
The 27th.
No, you know what the 27th is? Is it Saturday or Sunday?
A Friday.
A Saturday?
Friday.
A Friday?
Yes, 27th of March. Yes, Friday the 27th of March.
I don't think it's the 27th. I want to believe more is the 28th.
28th is a Saturday.
The 28th or the 29th, between in the middle day, right?
Okay.
I will tell all you what's going on. Well, my boy launching, you know.
Yes.
Who launching again?
You know that's the hot bread and cheese down, you know.
Yeah. The movement.
Yes, the boy launching one out of them 3 days, but I want to believe it's a Sunday, you know.
The Sunday.
I want to believe it's a Sunday.
So Sunday in the trade center.
That means it's the 29th.
Yes, I think it's the 29th.
Yes.
Well,
you know?
Yeah.
And boy, that's the old tongue down here.
Well, he was in Carriacou, you know, last weekend.
Yes, I was just about to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, as a
I thought it launched already in Carriacou.
I was waiting to interject.
What happened? The sidekick probably didn't call me.
Why you late on that, man?
No, as a matter of fact, I had a nice about an hour chat with him.
What?
Yes.
What? That's good.
Yeah, man.
And
what was this turnout?
Well, not so much the turnout, you know, but I encourage him, you know, I say, go, Peter, go. Because I realize, you know, eating up into the NNP. I say, go for it, boy, go for it.
Well, they say they're coming for cops, you know.
I'll quit the job.
They say not NNP, NDC, what would deal with cops, you know. They say you will surprise is a movement for what deal with.
Yeah.
And that Kate Lewis and that Emlyn Piak, Lorna, sorry for them, Ebola is my real partner. Even nobody or no program could make me bad talk Bola. Bola is a personal friend of mine since he working in custom. And I know Bola young. Bola is a good fella to me. I know Winston Whiteson and Young Diali. These are 3 people in NNP, my real good friends. And I would never want to, but I'm sorry for them. I don't know what will happen. This election will turn off a lot of people to really come back for another wrongs, you know, because you will not know whether wrongs with them, you know, when they've done this wrongs, they're done, you know.
There's it.
When they're done, they're afraid to you know. And Kieran James, young Kieran James, she go beat that guy so bad, He get away the last time because a lot of people didn't thought she could win. So she win by like this time. People don't give he formally agree Kieran James a lawyer, you know. For beating she great grandfather, you know.
Listen, there's more to it than that, but leave it there.
Yes.
Well,
I want to bring up this morning Tessa Sente, Delman Gloria Thomas, and my MP. You know
Claudia Joseph.
Oh.
Okay.
Right? And Peter is my brethren. I want to bring him up too. No, I don't leave him out.
Yeah.
You understand?
Okay.
But I'm telling you, I always up to date the woman and everything. I don't want to be long, but if I didn't know better, if I didn't know better. Leo, I didn't even know that was your son was doing the jetty. Hey, what you say?
Yeah?
In the press conference?
Okay. Well, now you know.
But anyhow,
yeah,
I know go there.
Okay.
I will talk to you. Leo, don't forget to call me, you know.
No.
All right.
Okay.
Don't forget to call me.
All right.
So, Kim,
Yeah, later.
I think I have no reason to come back.
Okay.
Today.
All right.
Today's a short version for me. But that means I'm listening till you close, eh?
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. All three of you. All
Okay then.
No problem.
All the
Michael.
best, man. Guidance.
All right. Okay. Let's continue. Next caller. Next caller. Thank you for waiting. Caller next. Caller, come in. What's up?
Good afternoon, good day,
Yes.
welcome, Leo, and to your listeners. Well, it's a good thing, you know, when our people of our kind can get involved in business to help develop our country. The truth is, people need to be knowledgeable. And on top of the game, when they're talking about helping our country and talking about the international community, what am I talking about? It involves politics to a large extent. People blaming one party and blaming the other. So I'm talking about specifically a major industry in Grenada, which is the fish ban to the U.S., exportation of fish to the U.S. And we have heard one party trying to blame the other. The facts are that since 2017, 2016, people had to do their work, and they are incompetent people receiving taxpayers' money in Grenada who did not do, and therefore we have a fish ban. Blaming President Trump and other people for we not doing our work is hogwash.
Yeah.
I can't put it wise. And if my language is out of the norm, I'm very mad when I hear adults who are 30, 40, and even 60 and nearly 80 years old talking nonsense, absolutely. Listen to our press conference, and they had two gentlemen there who spoke on the question of exporting fish to places like Trinidad to a limited extent, Mr. Oliver, I think.
Yeah.
And they're talking about exporting fish to Guyana and possibly to Canada.
And China and Japan.
And China and Japan. Well, that's frozen fish. And to freeze fish is going to cost a lot when it comes to electricity. So people need to do their work. I mean, it's an effort to say something, but I think in this era, 2026, we don't need people just coming and opening up their mouth and talking and allowing others who don't know better to believe them. Because a lot of the things that was said in that conference, in my opinion, is hogwash. So, for example, if you have to export fish to Guyana with the exchange, you're talking about nearly $827 Guyanese to be paid for a pound of fish. That's if you're selling fish at about $10 a pound EC. Yes. Now you hear gentlemen telling you that we're ready to export fish to Canada, but they don't even have an agreement on terms of the price. Not even a ballpark figure. If you're going to export something, you should be able to say that you'll be able to pay $2 EC or $20 EC a pound for fish.
But I think, Colin, if you listen to them carefully, you realize that in some cases, you know, they were saying that negotiations are taking place ongoing, so you wouldn't find them coming to any sort of a price yet until they're finished with the negotiations.
Well, to say that you are ready, it means that you're giving me a bucket, a basket, and telling me to hold water. There is no agreement with regard to the possibility of, no memorandum of understanding with regard to how the fish is going to be moving from Grenada to Canada. Yeah?
Yeah, go ahead.
But you hear the talking about exporting more provisions. These are good ideas. But when you come to a press conference and you're talking to the public, and there are sensible people throughout the world, if people think that some Grenadians are stupid, then you must at least have your facts straight. I mean, I listened to a gentleman reading about an invoice, the pound, the weight. I mean, this is primary school talk. But it's a good effort to see other people or Grenadians getting involved, but we're not ready yet. Let us not try to continue to fool our fishermen and our people in Grenada, because I think that is what is happening. I'm very mad and upset about that kind of a behavior at the highest level of our government in Grenada.
But Colin, Caller, did you listen to the entire press conference? Because there is a lot of measures that are taken in place to ease up the burden of the fishermen in the meantime. For instance, the moratorium that I spoke about. Did you hear about that?
I heard about the moratorium,
right?
But
okay.
there is nothing. What is the confirmation with regard to the moratorium and loans?
Listen,
has agreed to anything?
No, but the fishermen going to get more information as they go along because this is in the making right now.
But what are they going to get? What is proposed? Nothing is said. As a matter of fact, we need to stop this type of mentality in Grenada, where some other people believe they know what's best for everybody else. That is one of our fundamental problems. A businessman don't get involved in business by believing he knows everything and he knows what is expected of the market. He does a market survey. He gets the data and then he goes and establishes his business. If you're building a jetty, you have to do a certain amount of work. The depth of the water, before you come talking about how put a jetty and the jetty could be 40 feet. We're in 2026. We cannot continue to be 20 and 40 years behind the rest of the world and we're talking about competing.
Yeah, but caller, hold on. What I would advise you, just go back and listen to the press conference one more time. I think you might listen to it a second time. Maybe you listen to the first time, second time. Second time.
Listen to the
just a second time. Sometimes when you hear the first time, sometimes we don't get all the information that is needed. The second time, then we start getting a little bit more information because I listened to the press conference a couple of times. As a matter of fact, I have a couple of clips here too, from the press conference, that are very, very, very valid. We're going to speak about the new markets and everything like that. So I don't think you listen to the first time and maybe you have your opinion there. Go back a second time. You just might have a different opinion as to what the government is trying to do to ease the burden of the ban that was put on by the U.S.
Listen, you follow the clip and you want me to go back and listen a second and a third time.
Yeah,
you have the assumption that I did not hear clearly.
Well, I didn't say you didn't hear clearly. I said listen again.
You listened and you're aware of the press conference. In terms of exporting fish, do we have ASIP approval? HCCP?
Hold on, caller, hold on a minute. Listen to a little piece of this. Let me play this for you. Let me see. Hold on. Okay, I thought I had to keep in queue, but it's not in queue. But if you listen, if I was able to play you realize what the government is trying to do, what the press conference was all about, to give the fishermen hope and let them realize that they are working in their favor, in their interests, and the help is right around the corner. It's just a matter of time before the deals and the commitments and everything like that is sealed. If you listen a second time, caller. Yeah. Okay.
I'm not the government. Hello.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that the government is not doing anything to help the fishermen. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I'm saying that hearing, and I listened to the first impression from two gentlemen, and the two gentlemen who spoke, a Bishop guy and a Welsh guy. And first impression is lasting impression. If people know what they're talking about, they'll talk in a certain manner. And I'm not saying that the government is not doing anything, It's good, like in the beginning, that you have people who look like us getting involved in making sure that we can do certain things, we can export our fish to other countries.
Right. And
I'm saying that's a good thing.
Right.
But the point I'm making is that we're in 26.
Yeah, but
if people business, when business people talk to you and they're serious, they tell you certain things.
Yes.
I mean, let me give you an example. I listened to some politicians in the past talking about a shrimp farm. And you know what I did when I reviewed what I heard and what I saw on the internet with regard to the project? I sent an email to a gentleman who I knew very well. And I said to him, I tell my mother and my father to collect my shrimp for me. And what I'll explain here. You know why I told him that? Because my mother and father was dead many, many years ago. 20. So I knew that the whole idea of a shrimp farm was just talk. I'm using, for example, I'm using the same standard here, brother. You have two people who talking about possibility of exporting fish, whether it be to Guyana or to Canada. And I'm saying to you that my judgment, based on what they have said, they are not ready yet as business people.
They're not ready yet for the to process. They are in the process is ongoing right now, and they are explaining to every fisherman or everyone involved in the business that hope is coming. There's a future. We are working in your favor, in your interest. That's the bottom line. And they explained the different markets that they'll be looking into and other things that they were looking to for, like the fish processing plant. That's it being talked about right now. The moratorium, they spoke about that, the possible markets that they're investigating in, and some of the agreements that they have right now, which should be coming forth as soon as it's completed. That's all. So it's not hogwash.
We'll disagree on certain things. I cannot agree with you when people give me a bucket to hold water. I'll give you one example. We're talking about the government of our country.
Okay.
We have an institution called the Marketing Board. Mismanaged, people being receiving money as clerks to do their financial work, as accountants, and apparently not doing their work. They were just collecting money. Yes, cannot get such statements completed and audited. Well, we have a problem. We're talking about the new institution, IMEXA. And in 2026, we are now putting an institution together with the same mentality. Probably we were miseducated by slavery, even it is so-called ending many years ago. Probably we were miseducated. So you know what we have done? We have said, you know what? Yes, we'll set up the institution. Yes, we could do private partnership. But you know, some of the people who matters, they don't need to be shareholders now. They need to be shareholders later on. Well, simply when you're setting up a company, you could design your structure in such a way that one person could own 75. Let's say the company is 100 shares. One person could own 75. One person could own 5. Another could own 2. Another could own 15 from the beginning. So you don't have to wait for 5 and 10 years later. What am I talking about? You're doing a public-private partnership, but the people who you say you want to help, which are farmers, they have no possibility of getting shares in that institution today. So when you see things and you know it's hogwash and you know it's a basket that cannot hold water, we have to call it that way, whether it be NNP, NDC, GULP, the movement, whatever it is.
Okay, caller. All right. Yeah.
So
yes.
This question of fish ban, even today, the present government has not told us who are the people responsible for the big fiasco that we know of fish ban. Since 2017, there are people both in the fisheries, in the Ministry of Trade, and at ministerial level who are receiving information, even by way of telephone calls or emails. And up to today, we don't know who are these people that caused the fiasco. So they can stay there and continue to do their nonsense, collect taxpayers' money, and not do their work.
Okay, caller. All right, thank you. We're backing up with calls like crazy, yeah? Okay, but I appreciate your contribution.
Have a blessed one.
Okay, thank you so much. We want to apologize to callers, and we're asking you please be because we have another schedule of guests coming in pretty soon. Vibes FM, WhatsApp caller coming. Caller, you there? All right. Okay, this one is gone, so we take this one off here. Right, and we open up the lines again. But pertaining to the fish, this industry, I mean, really, I listened to the press conference and I listened to it more than once because I always do that, to get clips and to understand what exactly. And this government has made the right move right now, rather than waiting on the US to approve and say something or do something, whatever. Listen, you're not the only one out there that want our fish.
Just an alternative.
Yes, and we're working on alternatives right now, and that's exactly what they're doing. Vibes FM, landline caller first. Vibes FM, landline caller coming.
Hello?
Yes, hello. Yes, you're on. Yes.
Yes. I'm listening to the program.
Yeah, go ahead.
This man that is now talking concerning the fish, like he have to understand it.
Go ahead.
The man that is now talking about the fish. What kind of nonsense is it? A big man talking his smile also? Excuse me? Nonsense, the man talking. Nonsense. That is a nonsensical talk you're talking to David man. You shouldn't entertain that talk at all.
Okay, caller.
All right, that is it. That is it.
Okay, caller. Next. Yes, go ahead. Sorry.
Colin, I said I was going to quit my job as the 1.3 envoy because I was there at a movement meeting representing 101 and nobody's asking me for a report.
Well, not yet. I mean, that's something
Next,
that
WhatsApp caller. Next, WhatsApp caller coming.
It's on the menu.
Caller.
Yeah. Sorry to be back again, but I'll be quick. The gentleman that just called prior this one to you and talking about, I don't even know what he was talking about. He needs to go back, thank God for YouTube, go back and take a look at that whole press conference and see what they were trying to say. The government is making all kind of headways, all kind of avenues in order to make sure that our fishermen would be able to sustain themselves. This press conference yesterday, I cannot find anything to be critical about, because my point is, it doesn't take a rocket scientist, not even a kindergarten student. It takes not even a baby who just been born on sucking on their mother's breast to see what side of the coin that gentleman who called is on. It's very evident.
Yeah.
Trying to create an atmosphere of doubt in the minds of Grenadians, and that is what we were talking about. The wickedness for people to see everything wrong in what is everything right.
Yep.
I don't know when some of these people would stop the mischief of trying to play on people's mind. It is wickedness.
I was trying to be nice and polite, That's why I said to him, go back and listen again. Go listen a second or third time, because I realized that he has an agenda. Something,
exactly.
And he's not being objective. He's not. As a matter of fact, I would expect anyone who listened to the press conference, yesterday, would be applauding the government for what they're doing in the interest of bringing back the fishermen online in many instances and looking at different markets. And I believe now that the fishermen are going to be getting a better price. I believe so for the catch than what was offered to them in the U.S. market. They would have options now. Watch and see.
Yeah. Because I cannot see what he is trying to see, because he's all over the place. It makes it look as though he was sitting in some of the discussions and the meetings that he's had with all of these different things, and because I didn't see that, and this is what I get from it. You don't know what transpired in meetings, because as a matter of fact, from that press conference yesterday, any person with a minute amount of intelligence could see that that ministry are making headways to make sure that the fishermen and other people would would be in a position where they can start to earn themselves an income to take care of their families. When people do this devious and I can't use no other word but that devious tact to play on the minds of the so-called vulnerable. It is dangerous. It is very, very dangerous to see that, because there is absolutely nothing for one not to applaud of the meeting yesterday. What comes out down the road, so be it. But everything has a positive objective towards it. And some of these people sometimes, thank God, I cannot be in your position, because I would turn the phone off on some people. Because it is really ridiculous. I know if you do that, they would say you don't want to hear truth. I know that. I'm speaking in a hypothetical way.
Right.
Because some people wouldn't have the patience that you guys have, because this is wrong what these guys are doing. You can tell what side of the coin.
Yeah.
And say, oh, I'm not saying that they're not doing anything good. Well, you can't say that, because everything is being done good. But so you just finding ways to You know what they would want to use? Let me use a word. I don't know if it makes a word. To the franchise. What is going on?
The franchise, yeah.
And it would not happen.
All right.
Okay, then.
Okay, caller.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Too many calls are backing up. Next, WhatsApp caller coming. WhatsApp caller next. You on? Hello.
Yes, Kim.
Yes, go ahead.
I must call back, you know. I can't lie down on my bed and hear that kind of stupidness. Is it this guy's a lunatic?
Oh.
The one who call in all and tell all about the fisheries, and this man listen to press conference that was Evelyn Pierre given to come on the radio and say. This man is an imbecile.
Yes, I here's my suggestion.
Yes.
Ignore him, benign neglect.
So Leo, them children, what asked the Prime Minister the question? PM, whatever with it.
DMs at PM, yeah.
The children 3,000 times brighter than this man. This man play better don't come to a press conference or something. He and Cox and Emily at the face. These kind of children, you know. But that's the most stupid. If they said the negotiation, me and even who in finished primary school, you expect that you wouldn't be talking price in the time they will be talking in the negotiation. You feel price when we negotiate? You think the man and them leading string that they just come and pick up the fish and go with it and they will know what's the price? When all negotiation done, the man say by the end of the month.
Yeah.
And Dwight, I mean, Hulk is the stupid, Hulk is my cousin.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
Hulk related to all the glory shares.
Yeah. Well, leave him alone. Leave him alone.
And I do what is the watch. I get headache.
Don't like your headache.
Brace yourself.
Relax.
I nearly take up a 2 more call somebody to break my place down and come in and give me 4 more pressure tablets, you know. Why these men and them don't go to Alpha School? Alpha School is a bright school in Grenada. Most of them children are seen on TV. There was 4 primary schools of 5 in a Temple of Panasas. Hey, you just have to say 5 by the school and say bright. And all of them children get bright more. This man talking I'm gone.
Yes. My friend,
don't raise the pressure.
Don't raise the pressure. Relax yourself.
You don't need that. Let me try to take another call there because all the calls are backing up. Okay. Vibes FM. Next caller. WhatsApp caller coming. WhatsApp caller you next.
Hey, Kim.
Yeah.
Kim, sorry for coming back, but I have to do this caller that talk about the fish. I mean, Mr. Leo say leave him alone, but we can't leave him alone. We can't leave stupidness alone. The process is ongoing. That is what the press conference is, where they are with things.
Right.
Things is not finalized as yet. But you come in and talk about fisherman go they know the price. And they will take the fish and go. The thing is ongoing, so I don't know what happened to these people and them. I wonder who sent him.
Oh boy!
I think Mr. Dickney is on our Prime Minister is on the right level, you know, trying to educate Grenadians. People need to be educated, and if people are educated, they can't talk this nonsense, and you feel that it's making sense. Anyhow, I think you tolerate him for too long. Anyhow,
okay. All right. Thank you. Next, what landline caller coming?
Hello. Good evening.
Yes. Go ahead.
Good evening.
Yes. Good evening. Yes.
That guy was calling that is just one of your students.
No.
Everything that bad is one of the students.
Well, that is Emlyn Pay brother. He's a lunatic.
Okay.
Well, I don't know him. Next caller. Caller coming. What's up, caller? Caller, please turn your radio down and listen to me so we could have a conversation. Caller. Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Turn your radio down. Listen to me on the phone. Your radio is too loud. Your radio is too. Okay, great. Yes, go ahead now.
That guy that called about the fish day. I find you give that man too much airtime. You understand? Because that is misinformation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying that man.
Yes.
That man there, you're giving too much airtime to give misinformation.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I thought the Bible was bad.
Yes, you're too soft.
The
You're too
fish
soft,
was.
man. Phone up these guys and then turn them up because that misinformation.
Yeah, it is. It is. You know, but I try to see if I could. I mean,
No, you can't try it. You can't try it too. These guys on them account to where they're going up to talk, let them tell them say thanks and cut them up.
Listen, Boston Black say patience is a virtue, but too much patience doesn't bring virtue. No?
It's a virtue.
The misinformation that going all over the world.
Yeah, okay.
But then again, too, I think that if we identify misinformation, we will know what is correct. Say it. So I mean, to counter it. So you have to counter the messenger. You have to counter the message. So let us get the facts, and when people speak, and if we disagree, correct them. I think that's what is likely to bring that kind of harmony in our conversation.
Oh, color? All right. Okay.
That is why I like Kem Jones.
Yeah, cut them
they
off.
cannot come with a stupidness. Kem Jones, deal with them, cut them up.
Okay. Color, thank you
so much. So thanks, but I enjoy the program. Every Thursday I listen to that program, man. I do not call, but I listen to that program because I'm inside. I'm not going anywhere, and that is where I get my information and I get my entertainment.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Yes, let's consider that part as entertainment.
Yes.
Vibes FM, night caller coming. Okay, right there. But then sometimes, oh boy, it's too many calls. Let me take another one here. Next caller, Vibes FM. Caller, your next caller coming.
Hello. Good day. It is sad to see that people call people different names, label people politically in such a way that they have no clue what it's about. But you know what? Let me edify people. As the importance of fish and seafood, you have preventative control plans. Peace.
Caller, you're breaking up. I'm not hearing you so clear. Yes. Hello.
Hear me better now?
Hello. Yes. Go ahead. Yes. You're trying to say something. Let me hear you.
I said Canada requires importance of fish and seafood to have preventative control plans, which are peace. That are equivalent to TCP. Hazard analysis.
Caller, you're breaking up. We're not following. I can't follow your conversation. Try to change your location and call back. Vibes FM, next landline caller. Caller? Okay, let me go to another caller. Vibes FM.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead. Yeah, caller, you on now. Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
Good evening to everyone on the panel. Good evening to Grenada. I'm a Grenadian, and I'm calling from the United States. I support the caller before. When it comes to the airtime, you guys don't have to be disrespectful, but I think some censorship needs to be given, especially with misinformation. But my opinion now is when it comes to the politics in Grenada, I do support the present administration. I do believe that they're doing a wonderful job in certain areas. But when it comes to the other two options, under my belief, I think that the new political party has better strategies and better way of moving Grenada forward and the present administration versus the new national party. That's just my personal opinion. So I wanted to call to say this just to give like the young people, like my age group and even the younger ones, the new voters, just pay attention like what is nonsense and what is truth. Have a good one.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah. Okay. 443-0101, 443-0101, 403-0101, and 458-1914. One thing that impressed me, let me go quickly back to the DMs with PMs. I don't know if you follow it as much as I do, because when it comes to these things, I'm really in tune.
All right.
And I'm listening to sometimes the children,
the questions
the questions that they ask. Listen.
Yep.
This younger generation, they're in another phase of learning. You know, we never had that opportunity, and we have to sometimes not even play catch up with them.
No, this is not the Bushian generation. This is not the Mani generation, and we've gone past that.
Really, and they ask direct questions, and questions that mean something to them.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. And sometimes when the prime minister get a question like that, he has to just be amazed, but,
Yeah.
what is really going on. Vibes FM, next line caller coming. Line caller coming. Caller? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, hello, you're on.
Oh, am I on the program?
Yes, you're on the program. Yes, you are.
Yes.
Oh, thank you for taking my call.
You're quite welcome.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Afternoon, sir.
I want to make a few observations. First of all, I think someone else said it before that the NNP is campaigning for the NDC.
Correct.
Oh, yes. I have no doubt about it. And I think last week I mentioned that Emlyn isn't leadership nor prime minister's material.
Correct.
Because I don't know if you remember when Peter David left the NNP, you remember Emlyn Pear's comment? He said that the Peter David leaving will hurt the NDC more than the NNP. Remember that?
Yes, I remember.
How stupid. Peter David was a member of the NNP. So his leaving will hurt the NNP, not the NDC. So Emlyn Pear must be careful when she makes statements. And as a leader, you don't make those kind of ridiculous statements. I listened this morning to the young people in agriculture, that program, and I was so impressed with the proper English, with the education and everything like that. And I must say, no government departed, probably the New Jewel Movement, Revolution, did so much in agriculture than this present government. Because you see, I think it was Kit Mitchell that says his father didn't do much in agriculture. And somebody said, well, his father was too damn lazy. Right? These young people are doing quite well in agriculture for the first time I've seen this sort of thing. And also the education of the young people in this country. Never before these young people were so involved and doing so much in education, including, scholarship and so on and so forth. And I must say, this government is doing a lot. And even the people in the diaspora have discovered that too. That's why so many of them, I noticed that so many of them building houses and doing so many things to come back to Grenada because Grenada is on the move. As they say, things are happening, right? I think the NNP need the CPE. They need to be educated because they're talking too much nonsense. And it's a good thing, as somebody said earlier on, that the Prime Minister not taking them on. He's doing his thing. He's not taking them on. He's completely ignoring them. And silence is golden. Right?
Yep.
Right. I think the NNP is stuck in the 60s and 70s situation. They don't mean to move. So therefore, let the NDC show them how to do things. And they're not going back there. They are not going back there. I'm sure of that. I mean, how are you going to get rid of people like Delma and David Andrew and Lennox Andrew? These people are so progressive in what they're doing. They're doing so much for their constituency. How you could, forget them and vote for this old lunatic in the NNP? You can do that, right? And I'm glad the NNP is getting rid of all the old geriatrics. Yes, getting rid of them, like the Boeing and the one in Victoria, and what Waldron, I think Waldron is out of it.
Yeah, she's out of it.
Yes, she's out of it.
But
I may upset a lot of people now by saying it.
Yeah.
I think the government, when they come in next time, they have to reconsider the community allowance. That this 10,000 community allowance. I mean, just imagine Kit Mitchell getting 10,000. What is he doing with it? This is a nonsense. They have to reconsider. They have to reconsider that. I don't mind if the NNP, if the member of parliament, say, incur certain expenses with his constituents, and then there is a fund somewhere where they could go and reclaim that money.
that might be different. That might be something they should look at by giving them 10,000. I think some of them just using their money for their own benefit, and they're not, accounting for it properly. So this is something I feel the government, when they come in next time, must look into. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. You too.
Okay, next caller, WhatsApp caller. Next caller, come in. Caller, you next. Hello. Hello. Yes, hello, yes.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead. You're on.
Calling from the diaspora.
Yeah.
There is any laws, please, for when someone, I put it that when someone is abusing words to Prime Minister, was saying things about the Prime Minister, is there any laws in for that?
I am not sure.
And second, there's a guy I want a little clarification from Honorable Claudette Joseph concerning this Ellen Scott with his cell phone money. Because he's on the radio every night running his mouth on it. And I don't know if he paid that money already.
Cell phone.
I want a clarification from Ms. Clark, from Joseph, if this Sheldon Scott already paid that money.
Yeah.
Already.
I
There's
don't
one guy, I know him as Ziggy in Carriacou. Listen all the time. No, he's not good. Much is not good. So much had to shut him up. And it's only one way I believe to shut him up. They had to bring back the revolution.
That's to bring back what?
Shut them up. Bring back the revolution.
Okay.
That's the only way to get shut up.
No, I think, but
That's my question.
Yeah.
Not, but Ziggy, I think he is employed in Carriacou now.
Well, I don't know, but believe me, Solio, I don't intend to speak about him on this program.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So let's change
the topic. Yes,
change the topic.
yes, I agree totally.
Give him too much attention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I sleep.
Caller, continue.
Yeah, that's all the contribution I have.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
I think that song is very thoughtful.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Next caller comment. WhatsApp caller comment.
Hey, Kim.
Yeah.
What program Sheldon Scott does be on now? Which radio station? Because I tried all radio stations tonight. I'm not getting him. Which one is the one to tune in to get him?
I am not too sure whether he's on a regular FM radio. I believe he's just online radio. Caller, you hearing? Caller? Hello?
What's it called?
Caller?
Talking Points.
Okay. Yeah, but
Talking Points, the podcast. Yeah.
Is he not on the reel?
Huh?
Is he on the reel? I'm not sure.
No, it's
no. Anyway, it's not important. That's not important. Anyway, wherever he is, whatever he's doing, all I could tell you is when they're ready for him, they're going to deal with him.
Yes.
And there's a process.
I was saying that they should have him answer in phone in Richmond Hill. His Majesty's Bakery.
He could be manning the phone. You say?
Yes.
Okay.
Richmond Hill, when they call. Hello.
He's a phone man.
Yes, the phone you like, answer phone.
But I tell you something. Sometimes it's amazing when you listen to some of these NNP, and I call them goons, that they really empty, nothing to say, and just want to just run them out in some kind of way or whatever, But I like to listen to them sometimes. Yeah, let it vent. They want to vent. Vibes FM caller, you next.
Hello?
Yes, you're on.
Yeah, I was thinking about that guy who called. He talked so long though, but I thought maybe he's suited for the plea, because in the modern time they could have a little restriction there. But anyway, trying to see if I could do that. But I'm trying to ask the question.
Yeah.
About the legislation about the marijuana, because I didn't find out here Carriacou and Petit Matnick was mentioned, although he's supposed to be that. And I was wondering, and who is responsible for that in Carriacou? What they have in place? I mean, I would like to know.
Well, caller, from my information and from what I do know, That is the legislation. Everything is in the process right now of being finalized. And once it's completed, the state of Grenada includes Carriacou and Petit Martinique. So there's
sometimes when they're in free deals, make me feel left out.
No. We ain't left out. Carriacou, Grenada is Carriacou, Petit Martinique as well. The
But
state.
there is anybody appointed for any position in any way that you will ask them a question or any committee or so?
Well, there is a commission, and they have offices, and they establish a structure where these things can be addressed. So I don't have the numbers for them in front of me, but of course I can always check out and find out, and you can always call back at some other time. But yeah, I mean, of course, they do have a secretariat type approach. People are employed in there and so on. So yeah, they have a means of getting information.
I just want to know because I find when I hear in Carriacou and Petit Martinique, it's almost like nothing happening in that.
No. Carriacou and Petit Martinique is included.
Yeah. We're included.
So
included covered.
Yeah.
Okay, bro.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you so much again. Okay, let me reopen these lines. 443-0101, 443-0101, 403-0101, and 458-1914, 458-1914. To tell out the NNP, so empty, eh? Did you guys see the appreciation? I want to call it appreciation when the government saluted and Afi Fletcher, for the 100
in Universally?
Yeah,
Universally when they and the housing that was built and so on.
No, the housing. No.
I'm saying it wasn't that. Sorry,
Chantimel.
Not Universally. Sorry about that.
Yeah, but for her achievement in sports.
Yes.
I mean, she was highly commended. I mean, as a
100 games at a regional at a West
Indian player
level. I mean,
women's 100 games. Just imagine that. I mean, and that's a highlight. That's something that we should be all proud of. But I've been listening to some comments coming from the NNP, and they think it's a waste of time. They think they shouldn't even give this award.
I mean, it is high appreciation. I mean, your citizens, your fellow nationals would have done something great. I remember when Junior Murray made the West Indies team. It was a big thing. Yes, and even when he returned, and all the others, like I can't remember all the names off my head now, but they got land, they got monies, and they get all kinds of recognition. So what is the issue now?
No, even Kirani James.
Yeah, well, Kirani James is the
look at that.
Is the,
and do you remember in 2019? I would never even forget this. When our Emmanuel Stewart from Stewart
was
on the West Indies under 19 team, and they won the World Cup.
Yes,
and you remember when he came home? I mean, we had a big reception there,
So why is the objection that people feel that? Well, what are saying that we have better use for the money? I mean, I'm just asking here because I'm not following the complaints that they are making in regards to that. I mean, who would not? We are told to rejoice with those who rejoice and mourn for those who mourn. What happened to us? We want to mourn while something that we need to be rejoicing on.
Emptiness. Vibes FM. Next caller. Caller coming. What's up, caller coming?
Good morning, Kim.
Yes, hello. Yes.
I know I missed something on my program this morning, But as all they talk, I just remember that was on my agenda. And one of the things. You know what these men and them is doing? Oh, they realize they get a lot of licks in the media for that in Grenada and trying to condemn the girl from getting a little $100,000. And Kim, like easy,
Yes.
That's just about 35,000 US, 35 or 37 or something. So
Yeah. Nothing much.
It's about that. What big money they get? Well, no, the change much. I'm saying that I'm talking for myself. They're trying to twist it now. She deserved that. I'm sorry she didn't get more. She deserved more. But why not Vida Bruno? Why not Junior Murray? Why not Raw Lewis and that people get money already for the contribution in Grenada, you know?
Yeah.
Why is not Dennis? What Thomas is, the guy who also open for West Indies. He's very famous in making 5 runs and duck. I just forget what his name.
Not
that he averaged. When you forget that.
Not Batai.
Huh?
Not Batai.
Not Batai die, man.
I know. Okay, I tell you about this.
The one who was just the other day, they threw him because they get rid of him, start making up and failing.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Anyhow, he Raw Lewis. And Maurice, them men get money already?
Yeah, Raw Lewis.
So when that dirty station up north talking with radio, don't listen. Why think I don't listen? Because I blind? Because I turn in, and if my wife that turn in, because nobody all them station is there. But when I go into listen to Paul Roberts, that's Spice Capital. They're close to them, so most times they meet up together like an accident. So I just listen one time because nobody paying no attention. They wake up to listen to them. Them is radio, don't listen. It's why they turn in and you hear something, you just hear what's going on, but they don't make it your duty to go and listen to them. And that stupidity that's saying that. Forty just come around because he was Kenny Lalsing driver, you know. The owner of radio, don't listen. He was with NDC before, you know. But this guy does go around singing for his supper. He like Cox. Cox had to sing for his supper now because boy, I had to go all the way because the man tell me if we win now, we can't win again, you know. Because you know the Governor General going to be the Prime Minister, the Governor General advisor, chairman, everything. Because when you call them to a meeting and you know they have to come. Because nobody going and read nothing for him unless you give them the paper and morning, you know. Anyhow, going back to the girls. Let me tell all you. This guy only know about Fletcher, at T. Fletcher, they call the little girl. I glad for her. You understand? And the girl never declared that she no NDC or whatsoever. What are they trying to tell the little girl in?
Yeah.
What are they trying to tell the little girl in? Kirani James getting money. Everybody else get something. They're trying to bring up all kind of dead people. But why you say Sampat Harbin, why you should get him money too? Dig him up and give him some money. So everybody was there, the same battle where you talk about you, dig him up. First, these men are them cruel, but Grenadians, knowing them, and let me tell all the Grenadians, I am 65 years, in my tongue a little bit, but I wrong long enough. I know when Norika McIntyre made the West Indies. She was the first person in Grenada, Carrico and Pity Matney to wear a West Indies uniform. You know them don't know that? So dig up Norika McIntyre too and say, okay, don't give your daughter something too because she has one daughter, she has one son.
Right.
Pure garbage. Them people, them could only fool people who stupid. And that one radio station, the same radio don't listen. You could know when you have people in the station, you know feel the weight of Rise FM. The song, everything. Every time he song, every time he did in the station, it's like making noise under the tunnel, no vehicle, nothing coming. You could hear him from end to end. That's only how you could describe this guy, you know. Nobody doesn't need that station, you know. He just pay people to come and do interview and all kind of things to make it look like he's singing for his supply. Well, go ahead.
Okay, Colin. Thank you so much for your contribution again there. Right here on Vibes FM is Speak Out Unfiltered. Okay. Well, we have some of the guests in the studio with us, you know, as a matter of fact, you know, I'm going to turn right over onto the Grenada Public Workers Union and Mr. Angel Lewis is there. Are you hearing me? Mr. Lewis? Hello?
Yes, I'm hearing you, and therefore I'm able to correct you and say I'm from the Grenada Technical and Allied Workers Union and also Grenada Trades Union Council.
Well, right.
But we all represent all the different unions.
Thank you so much for the correction, you know, because sometimes we get confused, you know, especially, you know, when you guys in these positions and you're making an impact. You know? Okay. Well, you're in the studio today, and I know that you have a professor been in Carriacou, all right?
Sure.
So tell them what your mission is all about.
So good afternoon to you and your listening audience. Thanks for having us. We are here specifically as it relates to the preparations for May Day 2026. May Day 2026 will be held on the Sister Isles of Carriacou. So all the unions from Grenada is coming up. Yeah, so we are here to meet with one or two colleagues and comrades to make sure that we are on top of everything. Yeah.
But you said 2026, this is this year,
Yeah, of
and it's
course.
going to be taking place in Carriacou.
Yes.
And the Carriacou is in the spotlight right now,
Okay.
because realizing, that you're going to bring up a massive contingent, people coming up here for this celebration, and it's going to be a big event as well too. So there's quite a number of things that you have to put in place. That's why you must have come here before to make sure all the logistics, everything is going as it's supposed to.
Sure, but we are absolutely confident about the ability of our comrades who are based in Carriacou.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
so this has nothing to do with whether or not yes, it is a big event, right? But don't forget that Carriacou has the record and the history of organizing major national and international events. So your Maroon, your etc. These are all big events. So Carriacou has that history and that culture of doing exactly what we want to do. And we want to do a May Day in terms of a Carriacou flavor.
Yeah.
Okay. Carriacou flavor.
So Leo?
That's interesting.
Carriacou
For me,
flavor.
I was a little bit scared, being old school. May didn't register on 24th of May. The Queen's birthday we used to celebrate years ago, which I hope wasn't that.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But May Day is May 1st.
Yeah, that's what I'm
First
saying.
of
Yes,
May,
yes.
International Workers'
Yes,
Day.
yes, I understand liberty.
Right. But we also need to understand that every May Day, every 1st of May, and if the 1st of May falls on a day between Sunday and Monday, we celebrating it on that day. Whatever the 1st of May is, we celebrate it on that day. And therefore it is important to observe that. But we also need to remember that every May Day is celebrated in the mainland Grenada and also on the Sister Isles of Carriacou. The TUC has this activity every May Day in Carriacou, and different officers will come up from the various unions. The local Carriacou committee will have always organized May Day, just that this now it will be the national celebrations. So it is not something new for Carriacou. It happens every year, but it's the first time it will be so massive. What we have done as part of the objective of bringing economic activity to the various parts of Grenada and lifting the consciousness of our people so that they can get a first-hand experience, we have over the years rotated the celebrations of May Day. So it's been St. Andrew, St. George, St. Mark, St. Patrick, St. David, St. John. So that's what we have done. So it is now Carriacou's turn. And what also led to that, bearing in mind that May 1st this year is a Friday, and therefore means that the bulk of workers would not have normal work on a Saturday. So we are coming up with the Grand Bay. We are coming up with the Grand Bay, and we are departing Grenada, looking to depart 0700 hours, which is 7 a.m. And our theme for this year's celebration is Stronger Together, Defending Workers' Rights, Securing Our Future. Why is this important? It is always important, but given the global challenges that we have right now, as we speak, our sister island, and who are extremely close to us, who have done human service to Grenada, the Caribbean, and the world, Cuba is facing an existential threat, where, for instance, rather than having the regular blockade that we have always called for the lifting of that blockade by the US that is over 60 years old, and despite the fact that the United Nations have voted overwhelmingly for the lifting of that embargo, what we are now seeing happening is a tightening of that embargo, where they are now blocking Cuba from fuel and other things that will bring mass starvation, designed to bring mass starvation. That certainly most likely will result in the possible death of young babies, children, the elderly, and therefore we are calling on for the immediate lifting of the regular embargo that should have been done years ago, and now most put an end to the blockade of fuel to Cuba. Cuba has helped us. All of us are aware of this. Cuba has helped us in the Caribbean. It has helped Latin America. It has helped Africa. A country that has been under an embargo for over 60 years, still find not bombs to drop in other people's countries, but medical practitioners to confront global diseases, whichever part of the world, engineers, technicians, and just have given out of themselves what you call the true spirit of internationalism. Also, when we look, because I think it's important as we look right now, because many innocent people have now been killed in Iran. Gaza. I mean, we are watching a genocide taking place before our very eyes. And in most of the instances, it is ordinary working class people that suffers. And what is the impact? And that's why we are speaking about securing our future. But the impact for Grenada and the rest of the world and the Caribbean region, that there will be impact in the relation to the cost of living, etc. And therefore, we have a responsibility collectively to see what we can do to help minimize that impact, right, on our people. And therefore, now we need to be more of our brother's keeper. The aspect of solidarity within the labor movement comes to the fore.
Now, people are always ask, what is the meaning of May Day? Why are we celebrating May Day?
Okay. May Day represented the culmination of a series of struggle for better working conditions for workers, but primarily in this case, the 8-hour working day. Kim and colleagues, there were a time, as you know, that our foreparents worked 24 hours a day, or they enslaved Africans. Yes. Then when that system ended, then we had 18 days, 16 hours, 12 hours. And in Chicago, the Haymarket, there was this riot. It was not a riot, let me correct this. As the workers championed the cause for the 8-hour working day, the state, the police, as a cohesive arm of the state, attacked the workers. And in that ensuing battle, because as trade unionists, the history of the labor movement that has given rise to political parties, that has given rise to progress in the region, yes, that has given rise to progress in the region, the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, Tira Buzz Butler, etc., resisted, obviously, because you're standing up for your right. And a number of people lost their lives at that time. So we use May 1st to mark that culmination of the international struggle for the better working conditions of workers. So on May Day, we will be having placards, we'll be addressing real issues, but at the same time interacting with our members. We have to also remember that when the day comes, we go to our various workplaces. There are different unions, but that day is when all of us come together. So whether you work as a cleaner, whether you work as a technician, on that day, it demonstrates our understanding that the working class is not divided by what work you do. But at the end of the day, what do we have in common? We stretch our hands for pay. We do not own the means of production. We do not control the means of production. We are salaried workers. And therefore, the importance of solidarity. One will argue, more than argue, the history is there to prove it, that the benefits that we enjoy today as a nation, came on the backs of labor struggles. Take Grenada, Second Revolution, after Julian Fedor, the 1951 revolution led by Sir Eric Gary, that brought better working conditions for the estate workers, that brought recognition for the estate workers, that brought recognition that our ordinary people or dark-skinned people can work in banks. Yes?
Yeah.
And therefore, in a number of Caribbean countries, take St. Kitts, for instance. St. Kitts, there was a time when the whole cabinet were made up of trade union leaders, because from the labor movement, they went into politics. And therefore, we must not be afraid or reluctant to get involved in politics. What we must not allow is any political party to control us. Right? We have that right and that responsibility because laws are made in the parliament. And therefore, we must be involved, and we ought to be involved in the everyday politics and the ongoing politics of our country. We must never allow anyone to make us afraid of that. And we must stand up and say that what we are fighting for is a betterment of our people. Businesses are in business to make profit, and they have absolutely no doubt, no argument about that. Sure you would agree with me?
Right.
So
yes,
what's wrong with us saying that we're trying to get a better salary? What's wrong with that, with us saying that we are fighting to get an increase so that we can maintain and improve the quality of our lives? We must not be afraid of that. Absolutely. We must come out clearly and state that. And therefore, in the context, merging that with the Carrico culture, that culture of togetherness, yes, that culture of togetherness, that culture of the Maroon style, that culture where we can all be together. So we leave Grenada, we come to the Abbeville Port Authority compound, we gather from there and we march onto the mini stadium. We march onto the mini stadium, where there will be speeches from the different leaders, other invited officials. There'll be culture, and we want everything to come from Carriacou. We want everything to, because this is a Carriacou flavor. Yes?
Yeah.
So we expect to see you there. You know what I mean, my brother?
Well, definitely.
All of you are invited.
Let me just ask.
Yes,
please.
correct.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. Senator Lewis, it's nice to have you in Carriacou.
Thanks very much, my brother.
Yes.
We have struggled many times.
Yes.
On national issues,
Yes.
regardless of who was there, who's not.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But how important it is for workers to understand the value of one's human rights, because the issue of Labor Day is Workers' Day, Workers' Rights Day, yes. So I'm trying to get from you your take and your understanding as to how important it is to think workers understand the rights value in this celebration.
Right. So it is as I said, there are different facets to the celebration. So messages, everything will not be done on media, but certainly messages. These things have been addressed at our workplaces, at our training sessions. The aspect of human rights is fundamentally important because it is a human right to be able to join a union of your choice. It's a fundamental human right. Although for the first time in our history, right, we have been blocked from bringing trade union representation to a group of workers on the Green International Airport, right? But we're going to address that. We're absolutely sure about that. These are fundamental human rights. The aspect of safe working conditions, the aspect of working in an area that is free from harassment. And as we are here, let me extend our deepest condolences and solidarity for our sister folks who have been suffering at the hands of us men, right? And call upon our men to respect our women. Right? We have seen two recent gruesome murders, right? And it is something that all of us must pull our resources together and commit to ourselves. So all of these are part of, because the right to life is the most fundamental right. And two young ladies' lives were snuffed out of them. 2 young ladies' lives were snuffed out of them, and in Carriacou about probably 4 years ago. Remember we had it in here?
Yeah.
Right? So no one is immune from that. Right? No one is immune from that. So we need to lend our voices. We need to have some more collaboration between Grenada Human Rights Committee. I know many times we speak, but sometimes there's more talk than action.
Yeah.
Right? So what we need to do is where could we partner together? Where could we partner together, right, to address these issues? Because if we do one bit here, one bit there, we may not be able to stop everything, but be able to minimize the impact, right? The right to join a trade union is a human right.
Yeah.
The ILO has declared that the right to a safe working environment is a fundamental human right. And many times we have to, I guess that's just the nature of us. When these international organizations addresses issues, sometimes it would filter down to us. But many times our state goes to these conventions. They are accepted but not ratified. Grenada has been doing really well. They want to do that we need to ratify. But my brother, yes, we need to understand the importance of fundamental human rights and develop on our struggle with that in mind. Because the first thing is life. The first thing is life.
Yeah.
I think if that message is really vigorously promoted among workplaces in particular, because you mentioned about the right to the different environment, health and safety, and so on and so forth. But I think if that message is really out to the employees, a lot of the abuses that we see taking place could be avoided because lack of knowledge, and if people are empowered to know, to stand up for, demand in some cases, rights, I think that will help our country, our people, to advance forward.
It's also a fundamental right to a decent job. Having a decent job is a fundamental right. So when we have this plethora of what I call contract workers, right, in the service, especially in government service, because the private sector looks and see what the government is doing and then follow suit. So as we speak right now, we have thousands of workers who are not regularized, whose jobs are not quote unquote secured. The fact that they have been working for 10, 15 years, it must be a violation of their fundamental right, the right to what one call a secure job, have tenure, right? We know that there's been some activities taking place to address some of these. It is not fast enough, right? It is not practical enough because, you see, leadership, especially political leadership, has demonstrated the ability to fund that which they give priority. And it was famously said in one of the last election campaign by one of our better trained and practicing lawyers that the aspect of contract work is illegal. And that's correct. The law is absolutely clear because there are three types of contract. Contract for a fixed term, contract for a definite period, and contract for indefinite period. And depends on what you're doing. If you're doing something that forms part of the everyday activity of the business, you ought to be made permanent. Right? So it is an ongoing struggle that we are involved in. And what that will also do for you, Kim, my brother, as a businessman, as one of the leading businessmen in Carriacou, if I may say so, someone that we have always admired, right, for your commitment to people, right? I mean, I don't know if you'll get involved in the politics and use that to say, vote for Kim, you know what I mean? But it is what it is. No, you have demonstrated your understanding, because we have had engagements over the years, right? As to how you value people, how you treat people, despite your different views that you have in individuals, and that's okay, right? That is absolutely okay. But if workers have been able to have a peace of mind, because peace of mind starts with having a secure job, your business stands the chance of more economic activities taking place.
Definitely.
Definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
So for those who say, and I'm going to repeat it, I don't want to spread the propaganda, but I'm going to face it head on. Those who say that labor is there just to close down business or to fight companies, that's the furthest from the truth. Because if a business goes on there, or if you have a reduction in the labor force, our members are from the working force. Our members are from the working force. But what we require is employers to be open with us, to say, look, these are the challenges I have. See what we can do. We look at your books, yes, and we make a determination, because it is not enough. When you represent people and an employer say, look, I can't afford to give you X or Y percentage because my business is not doing good. When we go to our members and they ask, well, how did you come up with that? We are not examining your books. You following me? So it's important to do that, right? And when you have that sort of relationship with the union, if I were to single, and I can speak with absolute authority on the Grenada Technical and Allied Workers Union, we have over 70 collective agreements with over 70 companies. How many companies have you heard us over the past few years embroiled in working class struggle on the streets? You can count it on your hand, one hand. But we have that responsibility to ensure that workers are not taken advantage of. At the same time, we call upon workers to be responsible. We call upon you to follow, because their rights, with rights come responsibilities. So you need to get to work on time. You need to do what is given to you, right? But there's also the aspect of having been guided by your job description. So one of the concerns, for instance, that the Public Workers Union have that is currently existing in Carriacou is the fact that a number of workers are placed all over the place outside of their job description.
Yeah.
Right? So it is important. And there is nothing wrong, Kim and my colleagues, in a worker, because a job description could never cover everything that you have to do. But it will cover the main items. But if you are a technician, it must be something wrong. And I'm just using an example. I'm not saying it is happening. But if you're a technician and someone come on and ask you to sweep the yard for them, or you're a secretary, we know these two things don't go together. Are you following me?
Yeah.
So it is not difficult to say, well, look, no, you are giving me something that is not directly related to my job.
You know, just reversing a little bit, I'm high on the solidarity, Cuban solidarity.
Sure.
And one of the things that I think was the biggest contribution to Africa, say, by Cuba, probably had it not been for Cuba, apartheid would still be on.
Sure. Most definitely.
The guys to be honest, is stand in Angola. And I am indeed for workers' rights. People should be given what is rightly theirs. However, I'd like to see some balance. That's probably not necessarily your job. Because some time ago, I heard about an instance where, you've correct me if I'm wrong, that there was somebody caught in the port with their hands in the cookie jar, and there was a strike, and she was dismissed, and there was a strike as a result of that.
Yeah, that was led by us. That was led by the Grenada, and we're extremely proud for the following reason. You can ask for a copy of the letter that was written to the worker, and contrary to what you are saying, and what the population was saying, and probably what some people tend to want to remember, her dismissal was based on poor performance. No. Stealing is summary dismissal. And we have lost workers in different workplaces where we can't raise our hands. Now, what we good? We're also good at fighting. And when we start a fight, we'll fight. But we're also good at begging. Right? And if a worker is wrong, we will beg. At the end of the day, we might succeed. That incident I just speak about was led by us. We had about a week of shutdown, meaning that we did not engage in labor because the workers were all convinced that the action taken, as a matter of fact, the government, when they got involved, the current Minister for Labor, that would have been about October 2022, within 2 days of that action, intervened. And her recommendation was absolutely clear. But then you see, you have those who figure that they can do what they want, and workers should be glad that they get a job, right? And nobody can protect you. The action that remained for about a week could have been resolved since the second day. That's what was eventually worked out on. And we also made compromises. I'm going to go into it because I've heard it. The collective agreement says for poor performances, because your collective agreement is what guides the relationship. That is where an employer could say, well, look, you have been caught stealing and therefore summary dismissal. There's something called poor performance, and poor performance does not rise to what you call summary dismissal. So let's get that, right? And therefore, once that was observed, that was pointed out, the ministers understood that, but the same collective agreement says that the maximum suspension without pay that a worker can be sent home for poor performance, I think it was about 3 weeks. But I know people question why we agreed to 3 months. Because at the end of the day, in any battle, especially where it is battle, because what it is, when we are involved in something to defend our workers, when they are not wrong, you can put your pot on fire and know that we will do what is right. And so just as in any battle, the matters are normally eventually resolved around the table. And sometimes you end up making compromise even outside of what will be the norm. So when one look, at the end of the day, we saw what the nation was faced with. And it was our own ordinary working class people that engage on the port, right? Although big business would have their connections, and you may very well find, I'm not saying it may have happened, you may very well find that sometimes these things are resolved when they need to get their containers and everything, right? Sometimes these things are resolved when it is their turn. And when all along they don't have a difficulty that the ordinary trafficker, right, is impacted. Big business, you may very well find that when we recognize where we were, and at least as a matter of fact, when the minister and the then acting prime minister at that time, because Honorable Deacon Mitchell was out of the country, and the acting prime minister was Honorable Lennox Toes Andrew, right? And he can tell you, he came, he met with the workers, and he got a good rundown of the issues. And the port undertook to resolve the matter by the next day or whatever it is. It took us about 3 days to get that. So my brother, I hear you. We led this, which we are very much proud about. Not, as we are proud that we have been able to defend our members, we are hoping and wishing that these things do not reach there. But in life, we know what it is. In life, there'll be differences, right? As I said, we have lost a number of workers in terms of summary dismissal. We can have a number of activities. In the collective agreement, it clearly lays out what will be summary dismissal. It lays out what will be a verbal warning, what will be a written warning, what will be suspension. So it is clear. And I'm telling you, the letter from the employer at that time was absolutely clear. Poor performance. So I hear you. I am confident that well, I don't think our colleague and others may look to go after you for saying that a hand was found in the cookie jar. That's a strong statement.
That's what I heard.
No, that's what you heard.
Allegation.
Right. Okay. So you see, because people's character are important. People's character are important. People's character are important. We will beg. We will beg. We are very good at that. Sometimes we get through, sometimes we don't. He who begs does not have a say in the final outcome. And that is why we call upon workers to do what is right. Give us a good case to fight. Give us a good case to fight. Because when you beg, sometimes they expect you to give something somewhere. Right? But even for us in the leadership as individuals, we don't like begging. But the role that we perform is not about us. Simply because, look, there are times there's a misjudgment for a worker. I mean, they've done something wrong, even something that warrants summary dismissal. But the ILO has been advocating through a program called PROMALCO, right? Progressive Management Labor Relations, that you take dismissal as a final outcome. Is it possible, for instance, that worker who committed that dismissible offense, when you look at the circumstances, what has been the history? They've been working here for 20 years, 25 years. What has been the history? No, at the end of the day, the company can dismiss you. So we take that, right? But it can be mitigating circumstances. It happens to all of us. I mean, as a society, right? I mean, I wouldn't go into whether or not the state will normally say that businesses are bringing their goods on their voice. I'm just saying, you're following me?
Right. Because again, correction as to me saying, or if I didn't say it before, that Hans was found in the cookie jar. That was an allegation.
Yes.
No statement of fact.
That is true.
And be it that or some dismissal for poor performance.
Yes.
It bothered me somewhat that the country was submitted to a very big loss in revenue based at the time of year that strike happened. I wasn't too happy about it.
Okay,
so
well,
that's
I understand.
I
understand that.
you take on the issue.
No, I can understand that. Right? But you see, it is always about one work until it is one of us. In other words, it is always a numerical game until it is one of us or one of our children. Right? It is only one person when it is not us. But when it is us, we want the same consideration. And our members can depend on that. Right? There's this saying, a good shepherd looks after one lost sheep. Right? I remember sitting in my house. I grew up in a house where one of the calendars, right, with a lamb in a hand, is a white person. But I could go above that, right? I would like to see a black person. You're following me, right? But the concept of which we're exposed to, and that's what community knew. That's what Karikou knew. That's what Karikou knew in terms of solidarity. Look out for each other. Yes, as a matter of fact, Karikou was known for not selling other people. You know what I mean? Right?
What happened in this instance, as I'm hearing, is that not only the poor lady was affected, but the entire country. So, are we talking about who are we looking out for? The greater good or
no, the greater good? No, the greater good, because the greater good, the greater good is made up of individuals. Where do we draw the line as to how many people makes up the greater good? In this discussion of the economy, the different aspects of the economy, when we know that when an economy is buoyant and the per capita increase is said to be extremely high, but we know that there are a vast majority of people, right? That because average is what it is. So we have that responsibility to ensure that our members and the country, and that is why we are calling for a change in the approach of our men to our women. Is it okay to say, okay, is one person that lost their lives? Or are you following me? In other words, where do we draw this line? We have to stand up for what is right. And the mettle of leadership is determined by your ability to even stand against the tide when you know it is right. And I call upon you, if you want to, because you seem to be interested, the fact that happens since 2022, and it's so clear in your mind. I'm glad for the engagement. It's an indication.
Never did leave my mind.
It's but I'm glad for the opportunity to, and what we should do is to continue our dialogue, because at the end of the day, what we want to see is a society where all people can thrive. We want to see that society where everyone will not get exactly what they want, but we can find a comfortable space. And that is all what solidarity is all about.
Speaking about solidarity,
Yes.
though, and there's quite a number of unions in Grenada.
Sure.
How is it? Is it easy to everybody to come together in unity when a case is,
Right. So we operate with a saying that there's unity in diversity. Right? So we have our strong views and we argue strongly inside. And that's why we are always able to come out with workable solutions. The Grenada Trades Union Council is an umbrella body for which all the unions are part of. So let me repeat this. All Grenada trade unions are affiliated to the Grenada Trades Union Council. And that's where we take national and collective decisions. So easy doesn't mean to say that there's a yes or just a clear no. We argue strongly. If you think when we demonstrating or when we speaking and we fighting a case, you'll see us get an opportunity. It may not happen, all right? But to be in that war room that we call that war room, where we are discussing national issues and what is the best policy for us. And what Grenada is the only country at the moment. Dominica recently, about 6 months ago, were able to form an umbrella organization, right? But Grenada has been the only one for many years that has one single trade union center. Be it Trinidad, they have about 2 or 3. Be it Guyana, they have about 2 or 3, right? Barbados. So Grenada, we are known. We are known for militancy. And despite our political differences, and we do have a lot of political differences, and I'm talking about ideological differences, not just in terms of party, whether it's NMP, NDC, or the movement, right? I'm speaking now about outlook on issues, right? But we have been able to come together, and once we take a position, we march together. So the challenge is there, but that's where leadership and the understanding of the issues are important. We are not like CARICOM. It's unfortunate that CARICOM, right, has not been able to pull themselves together to be able to address the Cuban issue and to address the regional issues. For instance, the free movement of people, yes, or each one want to hold on to themselves as a little tin god, right? So the Grenada Trades Union Council, thanks to our founding members, right, and our past leaders, on whose shoulders that we stand on today, right, and the selfless sacrifice of our working class people, right, we have been able to, and that is important to know your history. It is important to know your history so you will know that even what you're facing today, in comparison to what our founding fathers faced, is more like a piece of cake, because they faced open brutality. British man of war back the ship came in, arrested some of our leaders. Yes, because remember, that's coming out of the period of colonialism. Right. When these colonial companies and countries felt that they were challenged by us standing up for ourselves. And therefore, we must also lend our voice to reparations. We must, because for the labor movement, for a trade union, and there's a difference between what we call organized labor. Organized labor is what they call the trade unions, where people join membership. But the labor movement, so the organized labor is a subset of what we call the labor movement. And therefore, the labor movement must be involved in human rights struggle. The labor movement must be involved in environmental struggle. The labor movement must be involved in, as a matter of fact, the Caribbean Congress of Labor and local trade unions have signed on to the Spotlight Initiative, which addresses issues, right? Caribbean Congress of Labor have signed on to that, together with the Caribbean Employers Confederation. At the level of the regional body, there is the CCL, Caribbean Congress of Labor, and there is also the Caribbean Employers Confederation, and you have as part of, because they're all from the employer class, the Caribbean Private Sector Organization, right? We have been able to come together on a number of regional and national issues, and therefore we ought not to say that, boy, this is not a workplace issue. If it is wrong, we should address it, because at the end of the day, our members are part of the society. Our members are part of the society, and what we get at the workplace is a reflection from the homes and the wider community that we engaged in.
Okay.
Good enough. So I would think both. The again, and don't think I'm anti-union.
No,
for that.
absolutely not. I'm glad for the engagement.
Yeah, talking about the balance.
Yeah.
I'd like to see workers well represented. What I would rather not see is that unions are so powerful that they become Trumpists. That they're very impatient. There's no diplomacy. You do what we think should be done, and if in fact is wrong, we go on strike tomorrow.
No, and
that there should be a little more dialogue, a little more diplomacy, and so for the good of the nation.
I understand. So let's address the following. Strike is normally the last resort, but there are times when your last resort is your first, they become one and the same. Why should an employer, in the midst of a discussion, a la the United States, discussing with Iran and all the bombing, an employer, there's an accusation against a worker. Rather than allowing the parties the opportunity to discuss, we'll jump and dismiss. So if in our view, and we make that determination, and we are extremely responsible, we are extremely responsible organization, as I've said. We represent thousands of workers. We have hundreds of workplaces, but we must make informed decisions. So I hear you, right? But we must make informed. Ask yourself, over the past 10 years, how many strikes were there in Grenada? And whether or not it is a repeat of similar workplaces or different personalities. Because some employers, just by the fact that a worker can watch them in the face and speak to them openly, have a difficulty with that. I'll tell you, a number of the instances that we have has to do with an employer. Some people that have a difficulty that a worker say, well, look, I have a different view to you. You following me? And sometimes an employer gets up on the wrong side of the bed, right? And we are not saying that workers do not do things wrong. They do. And that is why in the collective agreement, we have what you call summary dismissal. Summary dismissal is that once it is proven, once you know that a worker has put their hands in the cookie jar, right? And you have done, it is clear, then you dismiss. Right? So there are guidelines for this. The collective bargaining agreement or the collective labor agreement, which is the Bible of workers. The Bible of workers governs that relationship. It governs what the union could do or what the union shouldn't do. And I know that many will say, well, look, there's a procedure to be followed. Okay, an employer do something, so sit down and talk and then go to the ministry, right? But as I said, you will make that determination. Based on what you do, it therefore means that you have jumped the gun yourself. You have jumped the gun and you have taken action that you should have engaged us in discussion, right? There are times a worker can be sent home, right, on administrative leave while a matter is investigated. Are you following me? And at the end of the day, we have done that. We have sat with investigations, and at the end of the day, we put our hands up in the air, right? And you can rest assured. And if you have any relatives, right, and if at any time you need advice on these matters, we are open to those discussions, right? Because if the company is not doing well, it becomes difficult for us to make a demand for X or Y percentage increase. And union representation is not just about salary increases, because it should be known, a 5% increase or a 4% increase is what the government is offering now. They ain't doing nothing, right? But at the end of the day, we have to look at other benefits, because we know that when you go to the supermarket, when you go to $100 last year, and I didn't know with it, and I've been dealing with month by month, right? Month on month, and then with year on year. $100 last year cannot get you the same goods.
Absolutely not.
Right. And therefore, I ask you to see what among, if you take the same items, because that's what we do, we do our own research, right? We have our own food basket of goods, right? We know what our members use, right? And therefore, we know that a tin of condensed milk, for instance, that was, let us say, $12 a few years, about $16 or something. Well, you in the business, you know, right? And my understanding of you, Brother Kim, is that that is what you're faced with. So you gotta pass it on, right? That's what you're faced with. And obviously you want to make a profit, right? Because that's why you're in business. And we want to be able to get something that can, our workers want to be able to take a vacation too, want to be able to take a paid vacation or pay for their children schooling. They want to do that too. So if a worker is wrong, we discuss, that's it. We have lost workers on those fronts. We have told, you see, it is one thing, even if one may feel, let me be blunt here, but based on everything that I hear, boy, look as though that worker, something is just not right. Because we are human beings, and you have that. But you have to make informed decisions. And therefore, as human beings, sometimes our view is absolutely wrong. Absolutely wrong. So we have to, as representatives, we have to ensure that we make informed decisions, right? If we tell a worker that, look, but I don't have a case, the worker say, look, but what the company is saying is not correct, You following me? We are obligated to ensure that the company provide, this is like in the court, the company provide that information, right, that justifies the case. Right? And we wish that we have less of those matters, and it is very few. As I give you a task, giving you a mission. Review over the last 5 or 10 years, how many places, right, that we have had to take those kind of actions.
Okay. I'll answer you probably very few, not at all. But my question to you as a country, Grenada, do you think that we could have been better placed if in fact there was a culture of development and production among our citizenry?
Well, there is a culture. What we need to do is to work on it, because I will argue. No. So let me find out.
Work on it.
Find out from the businesses how they're expanding. Find out on the businesses that they make profits. Tell me how many companies have gone under. Yes, some have gone under. Right? We are also informed in terms of economics and other decision making. We are also schooled in management tools, management equipment, training, so we can make some recommendation. How do you improve productivity?
I can't speak too much for the mainland or the state as a whole, but charity begins at home. I could speak for Carriacou.
Yeah.
If you ask 10 people as to the workers in Carriacou and the production, if you ask them, 15 say nobody want to work.
Well, so let me answer you here, because we represent workers in Carriacou.
Yeah.
And
I don't know.
We have not gotten those complaints. That is different to Grenada. No, I'm also been brutally frank here. We have always understood, and Kim, my brother here, can help me, that Carriacou has a different sort of culture in the way that your hudders, your etc. Right? You look out for each other.
Used to be.
Yeah. But yes, and therefore, because the world has become very individualistic, and therefore you are part of the world. When you turn on your cable, the gadget that you have in your hand encourages you to be by yourself, and we would like to work along with you and others to call for that spirit where we can look at as a community for people. But the ads that we have seen on television, and remember, we are psychological beings as human beings. So the Elon Musk and others of this world, right, and Silicon Valley will tell you that the psychologists and others have studied what they need to do to get people to latch on. When you have an individualistic world, it makes it easier for the capitalist class. When you have an individualistic world, it makes it easier for the US and others, right, that have been preaching this one man of me, myself, and I. It's about me, myself, and I. And therefore, we have to understand that as a people. No, we have to work together. But I do not agree, to be quite frank with you. Kim and others know that I'm always in Carriacou. We represent the workers in Carriacou, and therefore the employers are in touch with us, right?
But you don't agree?
No, I do not agree for you to be saying that kayak workers are different and are not producing. Are there workers who can do better? I will agree. Are there employers who can do better? I'll agree. And therefore, here we're training. So I'm making the following proposal to you. What the companies need to do, if you examine, because there are matrices that can determine the productivity of a worker, it is not my first responsibility to do that. Our first responsibility as trade unionists is to look after the interests of the worker and ensure that the collective agreement is being followed. Managers have been paid to ensure that there is productivity. You bring resources together, human and other material resources, to get an output. If we are confident that if you train people, if you engage with people, see this discussion that we have in here, ask how many managers or owners in Carriacou, because you're dealing with Carriacou. So I'm not saying Carriacou is much different to Grenada, but because you're asking about Carriacou, I'm in Carriacou. Find out from employers how many of them have had staff meetings. How many of them, at least once a month or so, call the people together and say, look, this is our observation, right? You have been coming to work late, you're following me, or we need to do this better. What is your suggestion? What can we do to encourage more people to come into the store? What can we do to cut down on our expenses? Because people do have ideas. People do have ideas. No, a number of employers may feel that I'm the owner and therefore that's not your business. But he who is smart and wants to see the betterment of their operations will engage with the people that you're expected to perform. Because also, if you have a high turnover, it will cause the business more because you have invested, even if you did not do what you call professional training, but there's what you call training on the job. There's what you call local knowledge. And every time you're bringing somebody new, in terms of that which they're accustomed doing and the one who have gone out, right? There is a new learning curve. So we must not be afraid to discuss that. And what we must do is to identify what can we do. Let the private sector partner with us, where we can do joint training. So we have talk about workers' rights, employers' rights. We speak about productivity. In a number of collective agreements, we have had employers refusing to put in something that we call joint consultation. What does joint consultation mean? It says that the union and the company will meet at some predetermined time to discuss matters of productivity, matters of punctuality, when it is not of a disciplinary nature, right? And that is designed what we call as preventative maintenance. So you can get from the company the concerns which they have, and we can go to the workers and say, look, comrades, you all need to pull up your socks, right? But when a company says, well, that is not your business.
That shouldn't be, and that's what you said. I'm happy about that because it's a good idea. But let me give you a little reality check.
Sure.
There was a time people are still of the opinion that Carriacouans are together and we planish and we work together. There was a time there was Kakabawi for Kakabawi. You must have heard the expression.
Yes, I've heard it.
Nowadays it's Kakabawi for nobody. Because, let me say this, that culture that we had, it was ripped by politics.
Okay.
And we're in a state now that we're not as productive as we used to be because of the political thing. And unless we take some time to correct that, we'll be all in the done room. So it is all well and good to say we want to protect the right of workers so that we could be productive to help ourselves. If we don't do that, we're lagging behind.
I agree with you.
So that's my thing.
I agree with you, and I'm saying let us drill down because you have introduced the elephant in the room.
Okay.
You have introduced the issue of party politics. And I've said that we must support whichever political party that we want, and that's a fundamental right.
Not wrong with that.
However, when it comes to bread and butter issue, we must learn to separate it.
Yeah.
When it comes to workplace issue. But you see, our politicians over the years have planted and grown that seed and watered it, right? When they are in office, they need to know who support them so they could look after them.
Yes.
You following me? And the cycle of revenge continues. I look forward to the day when we can find a political organization that when campaigning and election is done, you say, look, this is us, Grenada. We really look forward to that. I mean, support who you want, but the right to work ought not to be defined by whether you support me, you're green yellow, or you're orange.
Not at all.
Right? You ought not to do that. I have seen families fall apart over that. And yes, you're right. We know that it is sharp in Carriacou. We know that. So when NNP in office, they look after the people that they chop who they say is NDC supporters. When NDC come, they do the same thing. And in many instances, so here is the ripple in the impact. Many instances, it is blood family members are involved. So when you take a political decision to send me home, and I'm your aunt or your niece or your first cousin, right? And therefore you put me out in the rain, it will impact the family structure. Are you following? Because we are human beings.
All right, all right behind you.
Yeah, man. That's what I'm saying, and that's what I'm saying. People like you and us, we have that right. And Kim, let me make a request of you now.
Yes, go ahead.
Have more of those kind of programs for those discussions. I mean, I know the politics is. I know the politics is right. I know the politics is right. But if we agree, and I certainly agree with my brother. What's your name again, sir?
Leo Joseph.
Leo Joseph.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, that's a big family in Carriacou.
The biggest.
Yeah, the biggest.
Joseph.
So it therefore means that you can help the political directive go certain ways. Okay.
I wish I could.
You wish you could. No, but what we would like to see, people like you with influence, tell our people support who you want. Because that's the right. And allow the parties to argue, make the argument to convince people, because you win or lose based on votes. But at the end of the day, let us undertake that one of us, whoever wins, will start that new approach of not going for revenge.
But you see, in a case like this, the politicians are the ones who spearhead their
that nourishing that thinking.
They're the ones. So you know, as the employer, it makes it very difficult because it's starting from the top.
Yeah. So could the top take a different approach? I'm saying.
Right.
Okay. So let us say, for instance, that election is constitutionally June 2027. Right? They can go, I think, 3 months beyond June. Okay. 3 or 6, right? 3 months, right? So we're talking about, we are now in March, which is 3 months, right? 3 months, March to March, there's 12, 3. We are talking roughly about probably 15 months. Right?
Thereabouts,
15 months. Yeah. If you stretch it, right? Could we encourage our leaders, right? Or politicians to cut that cycle? I mean, what has passed has passed. What has passed has passed. The politician ought to also know that if he or she employs people who are competent, hear me? I mean, there are some positions that obviously, based on where it is, you would want to have people that you have confidence in. And we understand the nature of politics. In other words, for you to be my personal assistant, I had to be sure about you as much as I could. Are you following me? But don't tell me that if you're working I'm on the beach, or if you're working in a ministry, right, in which you can't impact sensitive information, that I'll just send you home because you don't support me, right? I'm saying let us undertake to break that. It may mean that for that first period, the public service, because I'm dealing with the public service, right? Although it happens in the private sector too, right? The public service may just have an enlarged group of people. But so you do not send anyone home who are not in what they call sensitive or so position, right? And therefore you take that lead. Something we look forward to. I really look forward to that period when we as a people can break that cycle of the impact of party politics on us. And what is required is someone who is a decisive leader, who is a firm leader, together with his or her cabinet, and more than that, the party. Because at the end of the day, the party determines or ought to determine the philosophical or ideological position of the government. Right? Says that, look, we want to change that. We want to move on. We want to get Carriacou back. Let your Carriacou representatives, right, say, look, we want to go back to Kakabawi for Kakabawi. Right? And that can be your slogan, Kakabawi for Kakabawi. But at the same time, people will vote for who they want.
Amen.
Right? So for instance, in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique, we have National Plan, Development 2035. Right? It's 15 years, just 2030 and then 2035. Where the main actors in the society, civil society, labor, government, opposition, churches, sat for months and come up with what we would like to see Grenada in 10 years. And how do we achieve that? We break it down. We break it down into snippets, bits, right? You break it down into projects, because projects have a start and end. Yes, we break that down. And therefore, there is something to guide political organizations or government into office that is for the betterment of the country. Because at the end of the day, if the healthcare system is not good, right? we are impacted. The majority of us can't jump on a plane and go to Trinidad and Barbados, or Venezuela, it used to be Venezuela, or to the US. The vast majority of what we want to see is that in our community health centers, more emphasis placed on beefing up those services. Right? We want to see that. The aspect of education. We need to make that connection and continue to make that connection. That education is one of the is that step that should take us out of poverty. Although, because everyone cannot be an employer. Although we have had to be surviving for years and years by saying take what you get until you get what you want. So you have people who have gone on scholarships, state-funded scholarship, not designed along a program that says, look, in 5 years' time, we want our specialists in terms of eyes or ears or engineer to be able to address the aspect of our challenges with the water. We give scholarships all over the place, and people come back. And after being exposed, when you are exposed to higher learnings, and you come back all pumped up because you want to implement that which you learn, and then you recognize the opportunity is not there, it leads to frustration. So we need to have those discussions. We need to have more of that, right? And to focus on Carriacou, because Carriacou is a special place. I mean, all places are special, but certainly Carriacou has demonstrated over the past, and you see it has changed, and I understand it, that aspect of togetherness. And I am not surprised, because the world has changed, and our community, a part of the world, a number of people travel, come back. Yes. And the world has become self-centered. A few years ago, Kim, you didn't have to pay for telephone calls. Now you have to do it. Understand where we're going. Things that we got collectively. Capital has gone down that road. And therefore, we have become more and more self-centered. It's about me, myself, and I.
But one of the problems we have here, trying to wrap up because
Sure,
we have a little bit time. But is that the politicians or maybe the leaders and even in government, sometimes look at union, the reps as enemies because of the power.
Yeah.
If I would use the word correctly, that they have when they come together as a unit.
Yes. Okay. So it is not just about power. It is about they who want to do that which they want for themselves without being challenged, right? That is where it comes from. Because let me tell you, when they're in opposition, and all of them, some users, some jump on the boat, some ride the political horse and now they don't know how to dismount, right? Whether it was a pension horse, you following me? Right? So they ride it. And those who ride the issue of discontentment in terms of regularization, and Labour was fighting for regularization and the promise to regularize everyone. You following me? So that horse was ridden on and gets them into office. So it's not just about power. It is about when I'm in office. So they recognize our importance when they're out of office.
And when they're in office.
When they're in office, because they do not wish to be called out. And I'm saying it's an error. And for our comrades who support political parties, my strong encouragement to all of us, support who you want, support your government. But when you support your government, demand more of them, because you ought to support someone or something to bring betterment for you. Yes? So our view is that if I support Kim's party, well, I say that kind of wrong because I might be yellow, but no, right? Or support somebody else's party, right? No, Kim, you're a known person. You know, you never hide your political outlook, and that must be commendable, right? Is that we should hold them to account, because for me, when we give our support, and Labour ought to do that. Labour ought to, as we have done, have our programmatic platform where we're looking for housing, health, certain benefits, and whichever political party give a commitment, right? We have done that hopefully in the past, right? We have stood with political parties, not been part of them, right? And therefore, when they get into office, and that's sometimes why we followed very short. When you get into office, some people know it's about themselves, you know what I mean? See what they could get for themselves, because it's human beings you are dealing with, right? But that will not daunt us. We give you that commitment and coming back to Mayday. Our foreparents who lost their lives, people have died along the way. In the Haymarket, 1834, in Chicago. And outside of that, people have died fighting for the rights of our people. And Mayday is used to highlight that and to recommit ourselves, right, to justice for society. Because as I said, it is not just about organized labor. And that is why we're encouraging all workers to turn out to Mayday. All workers to turn out to Mayday. You don't have to be unionized, because unionized is that subset of where you have followed the law and people make a request to be part of, right? And you have been successful, right? Unlike in the Grenada Airports Authority, where the current government has stopped us from being able to represent a group of workers down there, but that struggle is not yet ended. And probably, Kim, you can use your influence to send some senses into people's mind, because we are in that crucial period in home stretch.
Yeah.
Right, we're in home stretch, and the fundamental right to join a trade union. Yes? And the reason for joining a trade union is to be represented. Section 11 of Grenada Constitution addresses that absolutely clear. So it is not just the right to join a trade union, because the ministry in its writing said that, look, okay, the workers could join a union, meaning that they could, but not being represented. And the purpose of joining a union is representation.
Definitely.
Right?
Yes.
So it is not just a theoretical approach by saying,
which is true, and I'm for it. As long as we talk about the union that's protect workers' rights, is not to be. I'm joining a union because I want to be lazy and do not.
No, most definitely.
Hold on, and the flavor of this conversation is going from finger licking to elbow licking good, and I just wish we had more time. But it looks as if light to stop play.
Yeah, we could always we could always organize Maydays about 6 weeks or so away. Right, we can always have interaction.
It's good to have this kind of conversation to unite people, because sometimes people have the wrong idea of union and the benefits, or maybe even employers that don't even
we
know.
need to do more. The truth is,
a lot of work
we need
to
to do more. We need to do more.
So let me just again. I know our time is gone. In fact, what time is it? Almost our first. But nonetheless, I think I enjoy. I think the listeners are understanding the importance and value of what we are saying. It's important. Senator, I think I listened to your concerns about the behavior of politicians in particular, as it comes to this whole issue about campaigning. I recall, while I was on mainland, there was the call for what is called. It is Code of Ethics and Conduct.
Yes.
Code of Ethics and Conduct.
Yeah.
What's your view? Well, I mean, I think I have an idea what your view is. But having it now, calling for it now so that we can.
Yes, we were part of that, the labor movement.
Yeah.
Some political parties didn't sign. Some groups had differences, because even within civil society, there are some documents that some civil society organizations have not signed. I mean, and therefore, so for me and for us, he who leads must be prepared to do so practically. I mean, I'm sure that and if you go back into your memory, we have had documents that we have sought to get all of us to sign on to. I'm not talking about political parties now, right? But some civil society organizations have always had a difficulty, and we respect that, right?
Okay.
So yes, not only signing a code of conduct, I think that we need to demonstrate our behavior in terms of maturity, in terms of respect for each other. Look, election campaign are adversarial, and some things will be said, but we are mature. We ought to be mature enough, right? What to say and what not to say, because character assassination, right? And that is why I immediately address the issue of the issue of the yeah, you following me, right? We need to be clear on these, right? So we need to do that, my brother, my colleagues, right? Comrade Coy, we have had years of struggle, many years of struggle together.
Yeah, sure.
Right, many years of struggle together, and I'm sure that one thing you can attest to is that most of us do not watch political color in terms of fighting for workers' rights, right? When those get into office, they'll get vexed with us, right? You know that, and I know you know that more than anybody else inside here, right? be it in Lagoon Road, be it environmental, and some of those who stood out and campaigned against some of these monstrosities that they are doing in terms of our environment, and now in office, and they're defending it. You know that. And that's a fact. And that is not party politics. This is not about whether you're yellow or you're green. This is about calling out the human being, right? So for when you were in opposition, it was wrong. But no, it is right. Convenient. But but you know, convenience can lead to our failure, because you must have certain principles about you. And we have no difficulty. If you made a decision while you were not there, so you didn't have all the facts, you following me? Or you have different look, it is easier to be in opposition than it's easier to win an election than to consolidate your hold on power. When you get inside there, you could no longer ought to behave as an opposition person. But you have hard decisions to make, right? So we continue to say no to deportees, non-Grenadian deportees been brought to Grenada, non-nationals. We call upon the government to say no. It's nothing about any skilled labor. You say we have a shortage of workers in terms of skill. Well, then go on the blocks. Go on the blocks and organize people to train them. Identify the skills gap that we have and do that. We say no to that, and we continue to say no to radar, right? And let the Caribbean region remain a zone of peace. It is all part of the working class mission, right, for a better society.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Really.
All the very best.
We need to get together a little bit more.
Sure, most definitely. Most definitely.
Because it's important.
Sure, most definitely.
Like I always say, knowledge is power.
Sure, most definitely.
And unity is strength.
Yes. And there is diversity in unity. There's unity in diversity.
Yes. And with the advent of Mr. Rennie, that means we have to make some movement.
Well, hold on. Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah.
Well, should I say congratulations?
It might be in order.
In terms of the movement?
I don't know.
Congratulations, accepted.
No, I was telling Mr. Joseph that too,
So you have to be careful. You don't talk about, how you just start talking about NDC and NP, you have to include the movement in the middle of the.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Be careful, you have to be frank.
We have to be frank. Yes. I know I could have depended on you to bring us back to speed. So all the very best to our listeners.
Okay.
Stay strong, stay safe, and let us commit to ourselves to respect our women folks.
Okay.
Right? And bring an end to this violence against women.
Mm-hmm.
Men, let us do everything possible to respect our women folks. Thank you very much. All the very best.
The views expressed on this program are those of the host and guests and not the views of this radio station.
Yeah.